Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. At this time, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. And there they go. Bowing Snowman quickly away with Dr. Lloyd and Blue City. Star in the Makings fourth, Quad Party fifth. Here's the favorite, Night Escort, the last of six. He's relatively close, only 3 lengths off the lead, 3x3 up the backstretch. Bowing Snowman, Dr. Lloyd, Blue City applies pressure from the extreme outside. Quad Party with a ground-saving trip up the backstretch run. His stablemate Star in the Makings in the 2-path. The Night Escort's 3 deep at the 3/8 with about 4 lengths to find on Bowing Snowman. Bowing Snowman has the lead. Here's Blue City, 3 wide. Dr. Lloyd from between runners. Night Escort makes his move. He's committed to a 4-wide charge. He has momentum. We'll have to overcome this wide trip. Quad Party gets to save all the ground. Star in the Making is there. Bowing Snowman off the turn. The one to reel in. Quad Party tips away from the inside. Now goes back to the rail. Night Escort with this wide journey. It caught up to him. He's a little even paced. Bowing Snowman getting brave on the front end. Bowing Snowman all the way in the Tuesday opener. Quad Party outruns his odds for second. Then Night Escort and Star in the Making. Make sure to join us this Monday for a Handicappers Challenge. It's free for all Lucky North Club members. Our $2,500 handicapping challenge set for this month 3. And there they go. Canceled Captivity wins the start. Varsity Doll, her stablemate from the outside. Baby Dreams forwardly positioned. Go Susan Go, not that quickly away, rushing up into the scene. Miss Zolvig bides her time from the 5th spot, and Happy Time content to be at the back. Go Susan Go wants to pick up the pace. Canceled Captivity doesn't want to relinquish the lead. They get acquainted. Baby Dream sits a nice trip from third. So too does the favorite, Miss Zolvig. She's worked into the 2-path, and she's 3 lengths off the lead. Happy Time 3 wide. Varsity Doll now finds herself with the deepest path, 4 deep, entering the backstretches. Go Susan Go comes away with the lead from Canceled Captivity. Miss Zolvig's into the race at the 5/8. Likewise for Varsity Doll and Happy Time. And Baby Dreams content to be at the back. Pretty compact group, about 3 lengths from first to last. Go Susan Go. Miss Zolvig, the favorite, now asserting her authority, poking her head in front. Happy Time tries to go with the favorite. Varsity Doll's 4 deep. Baby Dreams in the 5th spot. Canceled Captivity at the back marker. They race to the 3/8. Miss Zolvig has the lead, and it's a narrow lead. Go Susan Go staying on nicely. In third is Happy Time. Baby Dreams advances into 4th, and Canceled Captivity. Varsity Doll drops out of it. Miss Zolvig has the lead. Happy Time second, then Go Susan Go and Baby Dreams. Miss Zolvig and Katie Davis, they're the ones to beat at the top of the lane, getting away from her rivals. Happy Time is second, then Baby Dreams. Go Susan Go, Canceled Captivity. Miss Zolvig opens up at the 8th pole. Opening up with ease. She's going to run her rivals right off the screen here in race 2. Happy Time second, Baby Dreams third, Canceled Captivity fourth. That's really what you need to know about race 2. 3-day carryover, some other changes. 7th race, scratch the 1, Win Giant. And in the nightcap, scratch 4, Juggler. 21 minutes, just about ready for the race. And there they go. Quick start for Who Asked You. Here is Miss Stone showing that good speed. Stars Delight makes 3, gunning for the top spot. Devily's in the 4th position, flanked by Maddie Surprise. So Stars Delight showing aggressive speed from the inside. Miss Stones and Who Asked You. 3 are really gunning hard. Miss Stones looks like she might emerge as the quickest from between gals. Maddie Surprise and Devily have a little less than 4 to make up heading into the turn. Miss Stones puts her nose in front of Stars Delight, who sticks with her. And in 3rd, Who Asked You? Maddie Surprise from the outside, and Devily's getting some pace to chase along the inside. A little less than 3 lengths off the lead. Miss Stone, Stars Delight continues to test her. Who Asked You is 3rd. Maddie Surprise with a wide journey. Devily's looking for a crease to cut through, and she begins her move. Miss Stone's at the 3/16, a narrow lead. And chasing her is Devily. Also fighting on Stars Delight, Who Asked You? And Maddie Surprise. Look at this race. Who's going to win it to start the pick 6? Miss Stones and Stars Delight. Miss Stones. She did it the old-fashioned. Jerry Belinsky, Roddy Valente, and others. Race 3 is official. 5-1-6-3, top 4 finishers. That a double 5-5-2. And there they go. From the inside, Mommy Joe Dreams quickly away with the lone debutante. Special Pal showing up first with lasting speed, pushes from the outside. My Inner Voice is 4th. Flutie Flakes up close from the 5th spot. Glory Bound Clara's in the 6th position, 7 off the lead with pace to chase. Sassy Tallahassee's a good 3 behind her. The lone mare with lasting speed up to the front from Mommy Joe Dreams. Special Pal's back to 3rd. Flutie Flakes is in the 4th spot. My Inner Voice saves ground to the 3/8, and she's 4 lengths off the lead. 3 clear of Glory Bound Clara, another 3.5 for 4 to Sassy Tallahassee with lasting speed. Mommy Joe Dreams comes with her run to the outside, and My Inner Voice is progressing up the rail. Special Pal still has a little bit of run. Glory Bound Clara tips away from the inside, could be a player in the final 1/4 mile. Mommy Joe Dreams to tackle with lasting speed. Special Pal is there. My Inner Voice flattens out just a bit. Likewise for Glory Bound Clara. Mommy Joe Dreams, Special Pal. Mommy Joe Dreams gets to the front. Special Pal to the outside. Mommy Joe Dreams with lasting speed. Mommy Joe Dreams living the dream here in the pick 5 at Finger Lakes. The favorite gets And we have prices for the 4th race. Thank you very much for your patience. Officially at 3-6-7. And there they go. Quick start for Hangout. He's all alone with the lead. From the inside, Lorenzen's on hold. Up for Adventure wants to mix it up. To the outside races, That's My Business. Lorenzen works into the 2 path. Now he wants to push. Hangout, Lorenzen. Up for Adventure, 3 wide. That's My Business stuck out deep, 4 wide. So there's in the 5th spot, saving ground, and he's 6 from Hangout. 3 to Colton Goes, more than a length to Stormandy. Hangout's going pretty good for the level. He opens up from Lorenzen, who secures a nice trip. There comes So There, going to try to make a move into 3rd. That's My Business, has that spot. Up for Adventures, back to 5th. Colton Goes, bides his time. He's in no hurry, flanked by Stormandy. Hangout, pretty ambitious, has the lead, better than 2.5. Lorenzen stays close, 48 3/5. So there's into 3rd, and That's My Business has the 4th spot. Here comes Colton Goes, now finding his best ride. And look at Colton Goes take off heading into the turn. He's in the 2 path, and he gets within 4 lengths, and he has all the momentum. Here comes Colton Goes. He's into 3rd, and he continues to catch the eye. Colton Goes is up to the front. That's My Business quickens with him. Lorenzen 3rd, then Hangout. So there's even paced. Nothing from Up for Adventure and Stormandy. Colton Goes. He can't shake clear from That's My Business. Colton Goes, and That's My Business. A good race developing at the 8th pole. Colton Goes has sustained this run, and he's getting away from That's My Business. Lorenzen is 3rd, and here is Colton Goes, and he drops and pops, and he's a good-looking winner of the 5th. That's My Business was 2nd, then Lorenzen, and the stablemates vie for 4th and 5th. So there. 5-6-1 trifecta, $9.55. 10-cent super, 5-6-1-2. $6.72. The pick 3, 5-3-5-3. And there they go. And There goes Investment Grade from the far outside, claiming the early lead. Christmas Dinner second with Cat Glasses Kathy and Let's Maga. Homedale Parks fifth, headed by Stabilize. La Cafetera, a late runner, is the last of all. Investment Grade up to the front. Cat Glasses Kathy means business. Into the race early and she's sharp. Christmas Dinner third, Stabilize from the outside. Let's Mag is in the two-path. Homedale Park, tight spot for her along the rail, and she's 4 lengths off the lead, and she's going to have to check out of that spot. At the back marker there is La Cafetera, so it is Investment Grade and Cat Glasses Kathy. They open up nearly 3 lengths. Christmas Dinner. Let's Mag is trying to pick up her best stride from the inside. Here comes Let's Maga making a move into third. Stabilizes fifth. Homedale Park is sixth. At the back race is La Cafetera, and here is Cat Glasses Kathy getting the lead at the top of the lane. Investment Grade's got a little fight. Let's Maga tries to quicken in. She's going to have to really go in this final furlong. Here's La Cafetera hitting her best stride along the rail, and she has momentum. Investment Grade keeps on fighting. Here's La Cafetera, the late player along the rail. La Cafetera from last to first. Good effort from Investment Grade in defeat. Then we go to Let's Maga. Some nice payoffs. The double 5-6, $26.60. Here are the big 3 payers. That exact to 6-7, $121.50. How about the trifecta? And there they go. Quick start, Fraternity. He's got a short fuse, is up close. Leo and Royals into the race much earlier. Doc Advantage under a snug hold from fourth. What a Crypto Causeway Interstate, and Empire Rides the last of all, and the Camarero Invaders the first of all. His name is Fraternity. Doc Advantage wants to go. He's got a short fuse, is up close. Leo and Royal with a clear path to the leader line. He is 3 deep. Crypto Causeway's a little less than 3.5 off the lead. Interstate 4 lengths from the front. Empire Ride little less than 6 lengths from the leader, who is Fraternity. Fraternity and Christian Navarro to the 5/8, 25-1. He's got a short fuse, is right there. Doc Advantage is third, and he's up close from the rail. And Leo and Royals amongst the leading pack. He's in the clear, 4 deep, a length off. Break of about 3 lengths, maybe 2.5 or so to Crypto Causeway. Length and a half. Interstate. Empire Rides at the back. Doc Advantage puts his head in front heading into the turn. Doc Advantage gets to save ground. Leo and Royal gets to cover the most ground, and splitting them, he's got a short fuse. Fraternity's back to fourth, then Crypto Causeway. Empire Ride is 6 lengths off the lead, and Interstate's at the back. Doc Advantage and Leo and Royal. Leo and Royal confronting Doc Advantage. Leo and Royal's up to the front. Doc Advantage still fighting on, then he's got a short fuse. Empire Ride and Crypto Causeway. Leo and Royal's the leader at the 3/16. Doc Advantage is trying to fight. Leo and Royal's going a little better. Doc Advantage still with some fight from the inside. Leo and Royal at the 16th. Doc Advantage is running a good one. Leo and Royal looks a little better. Leo and Royal in front. From a game, Doc Advantage and Crypto Causeway. Empire Ride fourth. And there they go. BC Glory Days not near the lead. Uncle Milty and Smart Storm begin the best. Here comes BC Glory Days. He's into third, and he's closing in for that top spot along the inside. Magic Pro races outside of Thundering March. Kobe's Legacy's inside of Riley B. MCRR is the last of 8. BC Glory Days back in against N2Ls, back in a one-turn sprint. He's the leader from Smart Storm. Uncle Milty's in a good spot in the clear from third, 2 to find heading into the turn. Magic Pro a little more than 3 off the lead. From his outside is Kobe's Legacy. Thundering March is third last, far outside. Riley B. MCRR splits them. They race to the quarter pole. BC Glory Days right there with him. Smart Storm. Uncle Milty's hitting his best stride from the outside. BC Glory Days has the lead, turning for home, trying to shake clear from Smart Storm. Uncle Milty's third, trying to make a move into second. Then with a Kobe's Legacy. They are under the 8th pole. BC Glory Days the one to come and catch. Uncle Milty fights for second. Thundering March is picking up his best stride to the extreme outside. BC Glory Days. Uncle Milty's closing in. BC Glory Days. Uncle Milty to the outside. Uncle Milty from BC Glory Days, third and fourth tight. Thundering March. Pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, our Wednesday opener in 45 minutes at 1:15. 8 races this afternoon, a good racetrack. No carryovers. Let's open up our programs. Here are the changes. In the opener, scratch the big morning line favorite, the 1 banking on a chance. Number 1 banking on a chance, scratch from our Wednesday opener. Number 2, a Greek Easter will be racing with blinkers on. Blinkers on, number 2, Greek Easter in the Wednesday opener, which will start the early double and the early pick 4. Second race, a couple of scratches and an overweight. First, the scratches, both halves of the Joseph Cabrera entry, 2 and 2B, Kateri Empire, Quiet Horizon. 2, Kateri Empire, 2B, Quiet Horizon, both scratch from race 2. Number 4, Do What It Takes, 2 pounds over the weight. Second race commences the early pick 3. Pick 6 gets underway in the third race. No changes, dollar minimum wager, old school style. Pick 6, clear of change, at least the first leg. On to the fourth race, starting the Wednesday pick 5. Scratch 1, Dancing with Rico, part of the entry. 1, Dancing with Rico, scratch from the fourth. Jockey change 7, Saratoga Red, Stephen Frett. Stephen Frett 7, Saratoga Red in the fourth. Our late pick 4 starts in race 5. Scratch 2, Dreamer's Boy. 2, Dreamer's Boy, scratch from the fifth. Race 6 will begin the late pick 3. Scratch 1A Looking Grand, part of the entry. 1A Looking Grand, scratch from the sixth. 7, Chasing You, make the jockey Emmanuel D. Diego. 7, Chasing You in race 6. Seventh race will start our late daily double. Scratch 9, X-Top. 9, X-Top out of the 7th. And let's go to the Wednesday nightcap. Number 9, Frankie C., 3 pounds over the weight. 8 races, good racetrack. Enjoy your Wednesday. Up next, Dematize.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. We'll conclude our race week with this Wednesday card. Some good racing this week. And yesterday, of course, we had the pick 5 carryover into yesterday. Did get some shorter prices, 1 or 2. I think the last race, a little bit of a price. I think it went off something like 9-2. Pick 5 ended up paying over $400. So if you spread out a little bit in that last, you would have had it. But much of it was easy, so it did pay pretty good. We, of course, no carryover into today's car. We do continue Monday through Wednesday racing throughout the season. I think next week we got our handicapping contest. You want to get involved in that. $2,500 handicap challenge, free to enter. You just got to become a Lucky North member. And then in a couple weeks, we got the 2-year-old races. That's not far away. Getting late in the year here. I know football season starts, so everybody out there, we all love the Patriots. But still got the 2-year-old races coming up in September as well. The Aspirant Stakes and the Lady Finger Stakes, some rich purses for those. Looks like we got a good racetrack for today. I was hoping it would dry out a little bit more. It did rain overnight. It just seems like the rain doesn't stop. But today looks like a little nicer day as of right now anyway. The skies are clearing up a little bit, so maybe we can dry it out a little bit. But right now, starting off as good. I know there's plan on resurfacing. First race is a 5,000 maiden claimer going 5.5. We scratched the 1, banking on a chance, which was going to be a heavy favorite. Kind of opens up the race a little bit. Not only opens up the race a little bit, it kind of slows the race down a little bit as far as what the final time will be. I mean, I'm just going on the breeding and who I thought might be the speed. There's really not much to like as far as falling in love with anybody in here, but it's not my fault as chase some paces that are quicker than what he'll see with Greek Easter today. I mean, Greek Easter's got some speed on the inside, but I think it's not my fault it's going to get a clear lead in here. I mean, he's chasing and then fading badly against tougher competition, an off-the-turf race at Saratoga, and then there was a turf race before that at Belmont. No, he doesn't have very good form. He's losing by double digits, but he's also got some good breeding. I mean, the Dam is a 3-time stakes winner and also a graded stakes winner. I mean, you can't say that much for some of these other ones. And again, speed might be the difference in a race like this. You get the front end, nobody's going to pass you and chase you down unless you stop on your own, which he may do, looking at the form from New York and Saratoga. But I would think class-wise he's got a little edge, even though he's not very competitive in those races. I think he's only beaten one horse in 2 starts. So you really can't gauge anything from that. But then, what, a 30 buyer might win this first race? I'm going to go with It's Not My Fault on top. Honor Mr. Baby. This one does get some class relief, dropping to 5,000. Very logical horse. He just opened up the favorite at 7-5. You got to go to his debut. His debut race is good enough to win against this field. It's that simple. His other 2 races aren't as good. He switches to Jackie Davis here and comes off a little bit of a layoff since the last start. But the big thing is dropping to not only face 5,000 maiden claimers, a really soft group of 5,000 maiden claimers. So another logical horse is Honor Mr. Baby. In that first start, he actually did show some speed. So he might be out there close up with It's Not My Fault if that one does stop on the front end. He's currently at odds 7-5 because he's getting some early money, it looks like. Probably not a lot of money yet in the pool. But the 3, Broadway Banker, 15-1 morning line, probably go off a lot lower than that with the scratch of the 1. I think they all would have been high odds because the 1 would have been a heavy favorite in here. Not that you'd want to take 1-2 on any horse in the 5,000 maidens. Broadway Banker, at least he drops in class. That's the big thing. He hasn't shown much in 4 starts. He's beaten, what, 2 horses in 4 starts? And gets a much-needed drop to 5,000. And, you know, it's a different ball game when you're at 5,000 versus maiden special weights and maiden claimers. Should be a lot closer. Should be a lot more competitive against this type. And I'm going to go with the 4, 6, 3, and 2 in a first race that somebody's got to win. Maybe that one. Scratch both parts of the 2 entry. Kateri Empire scratch, re-entered in actually a tougher spot. And scratch the 2B, Quiet Horizon. Left with 5 betting interests in the second. I did take a little bit of a shot here, morning line-wise anyway. No, Comfortable Cat showed absolutely no speed in her last race, and the beneficiary was the winner. Not sure of those tactics for Comfortable Cat last time. You know, maybe she just was a little sluggish. I mean, they went slow, 23 and 47. I've seen this horse in the past battle it out in 45 and change. I mean, where is that Comfortable Cat? You know, maybe she's not the same horse she was, and it is 6 furlongs. She has to go a little further, 5.5 today, so she doesn't want to be way too aggressive and stop. But I would think her previous start against La Cafetiere was very good. Running third against La Cafetiere and Kateri Empire, they would run 1-2 in this race. So good effort going 6 furlongs for Comfortable Cat. I think she's still good enough to beat these, and I don't think she has to be aggressive to send out to get a clear early lead. I think she might even just inherit the lead in a paceless field. And I think that might give her the edge here, and I'm going to put her on top. She's 5-1 morning line. Not sure if she's going to get that price, but do what it takes, hoping they do come back, as she's a late closer. She gets more distance, and that could be, you would think that would be key here, although she hasn't necessarily, well, she does have a pretty good record going 3/4. So you would think that would be better anyway. She ran 4th, and the race didn't come back. I mean, that was Funny Pursuit took advantage of what was a relatively paceless field in 23 and 47, and that's 5.5. Today's 6 furlongs, look for do what it takes to be closing late. And that was after running against allowance horses when she dropped in. So, I mean, this horse doesn't deserve 10-1. I mean, maybe these horses are higher odds because of the short price early on the Kateri Empire, who did look like the winner in here. Lalima is an interesting one because she's got the numbers to win. I wouldn't take her as the favorite, though, coming off a layoff from Mountaineer. I mean, this horse has a race since October. I mean, that's 11 months away from the races. And it's not like she's got a big, huge numbers edge on the rest of the field. But she does have an edge. Her numbers are better than these, and she's faced tougher than these in the past. I just don't know if you can make a case for her being the favorite at 5-2 off the layoff, coming from Mountaineer against a little bit easier races in a couple of them. So I'll put her third anyway on past talent. If she's sharp off the layoff, she can win here. 6-4-5. Third race, an optional claiming allowance race. This is a good one. I mean, this is for fillies and mares. 20,000 would be the tag. I think they're all in for the condition. Goes the distance of 6 furlongs. And you got some really nice female horses for race number 3. You got the new face in My Sweet Wife. You got the 5, Take Charge Christie. At least she gets to face the girls today. She's been battling boys at a lot of races. You got the stakes winner, Eros' Girl, who won the Niagara Stakes and almost won the Oaks. So, and Stimulus Check on the inside might be the inside speed of the race. From a tactics standpoint and a pace standpoint, there really isn't any in here. There's absolutely no speed. Now, I like Take Charge Christie. I just don't know about 6 furlongs with no pace in a paceless race. I mean, when she's faced girls, she's almost unbeatable. Talking about Take Charge Christie. The distance beat her the last time she faced girls, including Eros' Girl, who beat her that day. And Eros' Girl, you can make a strong case for too. There just simply isn't a lot of speed in a really good race here, a classy race. So I thought Stimulus Check might be able to hold the rail on the inside as the speed. My Sweet Wife has enough speed, at least more speed than the other 2 rivals, Eros' Girl and Take Charge Christie, tactic-wise and just placement-wise in the race. She's going to get first run on Eros' Girl and Take Charge Christie because she does have a little more sprint speed, even though she's running in mostly routes. Well, I should say route, but they're mile races. Here's the thing with My Sweet Wife. Of all the races she's run, she actually is 2 for 2 in dirt sprints in her career. That's interesting because she's been on the turf, she's been going these mile races, and if you look at her breeding and you look at the numbers, she is bred better to go short than long. Maybe that's why she's right in the middle running these mile races, but I would think 6 furlongs would be a nice distance for her. So, I mean, that's misleading when you see the record at the distance in the program. That's not dirt distance. She's 2 for 2 in sprints on the dirt. My Sweet Wife going to go on top. Take Charge Christie, yeah, she's a nice horse. If they had this race at a mile 70, I don't care what the pace scenario, I would have taken Take Charge Christie on top, no doubt. She's the best horse going long against female competition here at Finger Lakes. She's that good. That's why she's just looking for spots. Those races don't always go for her at Finger Lakes. She doesn't always get the races she needs, so she's forced to run against male competition. She's forced to run in sprint races, which aren't her best distance. But she's the best. She's definitely one of the best fillies or mares on the grounds. She just needs the route and female competition. Well, she gets female competition, but it's in a sprint. I'll take Eros' Girl for third. Yeah, she looked good, not only in Niagara, but I thought she looked good in the Oaks. She should have won that race. She actually got bothered in that race, or else she probably would have won, and actually would have won that race. But she's running competitively against some tough competition. She's another one. If she could stay close up in this paceless race, I mean, she's not as fast as Stimulus Check, and maybe a little bit slower on the sprint for a sprint than My Sweet Wife. Maybe not. My Sprint Wife's coming out of the mile races, but she likes to close some ground. She's good at the distance. Again, it's a nice race. There's 5 betting interests, but not a lot of early speed in it. Thought maybe Stimulus Check from the inside might get the lead. My Sweet Wife's got enough speed in these mile races that in 6 furlongs, she should be right up there with Stimulus Check. Could come down to the trips in a nice race in the third. Consider that our feature. Fourth race, a 5,000 maiden claimer, going 5.5. Did scratch one of the ones I liked, the one Dancing with Rico, part of the entry. I mean, it was a much more appealing entry when you got 2 for the price of 1, especially when Dancing with Rico looked good in there too. But Freud Eris looks solid as well. Ran a good race last time. I don't think the field was that tough, but neither is this one. Goes first time Lasix for this race, and he made a move. If you watch the race, he made a move. I mean, Iron Horizon, he had backed off Iron Horizon early. Iron Horizon had kind of an easy lead. They went relatively slow, and he was forced to go to the outside to try to pass Iron Horizon, and made a nice move to the outside. It was just the winner had a perfect trip up the inside to beat him. But it was a good effort by Freud Harris. Again, goes first time Lasix. It's a similar field, and I think he could get to the winner's circle today. Palace B is 10-1 morning line. I don't know if this horse deserves 10-1. Well, I guess the recent form looks worse than it really is, because you go back to the early in the year to sprint races, his numbers are good. He's finishing fourth, again, but it's fourth against maiden special weights in 11 and 9. Can you give him the excuse the last two from post positions? I'm kind of a post position guy here at Finger Lakes. I mean, you are going to get a wider trip sometimes, depending on your running style, and the wider trip is a longer distance around the racetrack. So that's the key to having a 10 post and 11 posts the last two. Banco Medici did come back to win out of that race, although probably shouldn't have won that race the other day, as it was all over the racetrack. But it did come back to win, so I guess you could look at it that way. Palace B, and maybe didn't want the routes either. Maybe this horse is a little better going short. But, 5,000 is also, like I said before, it's a different animal at 5,000. And Palace B could be a different animal at 5,000. Can use them second. Third choice will go to the 2 Iron Horizon. This is another race without a lot of speed, but I got no excuse for him last time. But he does shorten up to 5.5. So if he gets just as easy a lead going 5.5 furlongs, they're not going to catch him. I mean, he stopped on his own last time, but the horse that beat him, Uncle Milty, actually saw him just win the last race yesterday. So that horse might be just getting a little bit better because he came back to beat winners. He's a speed in here, and there isn't a lot. It seems to be a relatively paceless field. I'll go to the 3, one for my brother for fourth. I added Lasix last time, and now shortens up to 5.5 and drops to 5,000. Again, he could really respond to the drop and improve. It wouldn't be a surprise in here either. So I'm going to start the pick 5 with the 1A, 5, 2, 3. No carryover there, of course. Fifth race, scratch the 2, Drama's Boy. Well, I liked this horse last time. I still think he was the best horse. Of course, the best horse sometimes doesn't cash your ticket. He's got to get out of the starting gate. And that's one of the things when you're handicapping mandatory payout. Do you look at it and say, handicap that, okay, he's going to have a slow start. Let's put that into the equation. Can this horse still win if we anticipate him having another slow start? Because that's been the problem this year for mandatory payout. He still should have won. I mean, even with a slow start, he just had the traffic problems, or he would have won, beating Kingfish and Sneeze. And Kingfish actually came back and ran well, going a 1.25 miles the other day. Figure two, he's by Curlin, but that one ran second the other day. So Kingfish is a pretty good one anyway. And this horse, again, with some traffic problems, probably was best in there, trying to close on a slow pace. But again, I mean, you can find all the excuses in the world. It doesn't cash tickets. So you got to get him out of the gate, and you got to get a clean trip. There's a lot of ifs in horse racing, but I still think that he can win if it's the slow start isn't ridiculously slow. If he can get out of the gate okay, he could beat this field with a clean trip. Again, even with a bad start last time, he should have won if he didn't have a little traffic problem and the slow pace, of course. Got a little bit of a long shot for second, a horse that might be overlooked. Well, maybe not now. But the 5, Duck Pond Road, switches to Harkey here. And I always want to be positive. So let's just say it's a really positive jockey change to Heeman Harkey. And the last time this horse had a regular journeyman aboard was 3 starts ago with Christian Navarro and ran a really solid second in a good field, actually ahead of mandatory payout in that race. So you get Heman Harkey today, who's a pretty good rider. I would think Duck Pond Road could be very much a contender at a little bit of a price. He's 8-1 morning line. The 8 Sneed's very logical horse. I don't know if he's going to get the same kind of pace. Him and Easy Shot. Easy Shot was with that pace too. They went really slow for the day, even for 5,000 when they went 50 and change and 115 and change. And yeah, they're going to hang around. So, at least Sneed's ran a good second, but he's inside of Easy Shot too. Keep that in mind. So I'm not necessarily saying Sneed's ran a bigger race than Easy Shot. He finished ahead of him because he's inside of him with that slow pace. See what the tactics are again today. If you get another pace scenario like that, I mean, Solar Zen, you got to think, might have some route speed, that one will probably get the front end in here, or at least battle Sneed. So, and that's better for Easy Shot, because Easy Shot can back off that pace a little bit with the presence of Solar Zen, who's going to be most likely out there on the front end. So I'm going to go the 3, 5, 8, and 7 in the 5th. 6th race, another one of those 5,000 maidens. Sometimes these are tough to dope out, and you might want to use a few of them if you're playing pick 5s and pick 6s. Scratch the 1A, Looking Grand. Yeah, there are some question marks in this race. The one, what happened to Interchanger last time? I didn't know what to do with that horse. I didn't come back with him, but yeah, what do you do with the horse? Horse is by Bendelson. If he runs his race, he's going to win. There's a winner get nothing horse, as me and Pan Man used to say. Anointed Spirit takes a drop in class from a maiden special weight. You got the new face of Chasing You. That one, Katie Davis isn't going to make an appearance. It looks like Dee Diego's going to be aboard. And then you got a horse that I think is a really good long shot in here, Tom's Legacy, who actually ran a pretty good race last time, coming off a little bit of a break from his last start. Was in position, made a nice middle move, and then flattened out. I think that's one that could be a good long shot here. But I did go on top with the 9 Titans Creed. After a long time, him and Hahn over the race of who I'm going to pick on top. I like the stretch out considering the breeding on this horse. He's very strongly bred for the distance, and he got the best stretch out trainer on the track for Happy Face Racing Stable, who's having a tremendous year as it is winning stakes races. Now, the last race, the speed ran 1-2. They didn't really come back. Triton's Creed had kind of an inside trip in that race and then flatten out. I was going 6 furlongs. You can almost just throw out the sprint races because I think this horse does want to go long. And now he's going long against easier competition. So you may overlook him just looking on the form. He's double-digit losses his first 2. But the drop to 5,000 and the stretch out, the combination of the two could equal a victory. You'd probably get a better price if it wasn't from these connections, because they're very good connections that'll get some play. Anointed Spirit, yeah, I mean, his form is good enough to beat most of these. He's had a little trouble at the start, but goes to Barbosa today, who's been riding well. And it off the 4th place finish last time. I know it wasn't the strongest of maiden special weight field, but it is a maiden special weight field. I would have rather had Looking Grand in the race. I mean, Looking Grand has had a lot of chances, but I think he could beat these horses. Anointed Spirit's kind of questionable on the drop, and this entry might be the favorite, but now the 1A's out. You'd like to have 2 for the price of 1. But an obvious player is Anointed Spirit with a drop to 5,000. Yeah, Tom's Legacy was my long shot. I mean, this horse has run 3 times, 2 of them against special weights. Dropped to the 11-9 last time and really ran well. I mean, if you watch him, he's in position. He made a big middle move. He got to the leader before they hit the stretch and then just got tired after that, flattened out. That was the first time going long for Tom's Legacy, and it was off over a month layoff. So I would expect this horse to run even better today, and if he does at 5,000, he's got a big chance to win here. And he's 12-1 morning line. Good long shot is Tom's Legacy. Chasing You, yeah, I didn't like him as the morning line favorite. I mean, this is a horse that isn't really bred that great for the distance. It's bred okay for the distance, but not great. But the big thing is dropping to 5,000. He's had chances in New York. he's at least somewhat competitive, and that usually puts you in the winner's circle against 5,000 maidens here. But you're stretching out to a mile 70. I'll go to 9127. Can't really leave the horse out either. 7th race, scratch the 9, Exton. Well, I mean, the red flags are up in a sense because, when it looks too good to be true, it usually is in horse racing. But, I mean, how do you go against this horse on the form? Does he want to win? I mean, maybe you kind of look at it that way. I don't think he hung last time. I think the horse that won came flying late and ran a big race to beat him. He ran against Allure of Money the race before that. I mean, that's a good horse from the Ferraro barn. Yeah, I mean, how do you beat this horse on paper? I guess you got to kind of look at it for Bingo John dropping to 5,000. But again, if he's regressing, and there's usually a reason they drop him to 5, that's a concern. When they look good and drop to 5, maybe they're not training as well. So I'm going to go with the horse on top, though, because it's really hard to go against him. Unless you give a strong reason, too. I think he just doesn't want to win, but I don't see him hanging. I just see him running well against underneath good horses. Central Love might have a tactical edge in here without a lot of speed in the race. Red Hot Lincoln sent to the front end last time. I don't know if they were trying something different or the horse may have just run off a little bit or maybe they're just trying to steal the race. Whatever they did, I don't think that they'll do the same thing because it didn't work out, which means the other speed looks to be Central Love, and Central Love might find himself on the front end depending on how aggressive Red Hot Lincoln is again. I don't know. I think Central Love has looked good in the 2 victories that he's had. Last time was in against a little bit tougher and shouldn't have a problem with the route. It's just a matter of pace scenario. If he finds himself on the lead, he might be tough to catch. Don Bernardo I got for 3rd. I mean, 10-1 on this horse. I mean, you got to look at it. Some people may look at it, well, he was a big long shot at 50-1 last time. Was it a fluke? I mean, I don't know. I mean, the horse put up a big number. It was a decent time, and he beat a good field. I mean, Jinsu Warrior, we kind of saw it the other day. That horse doesn't want to win. He's going to run to his competition. But Old Point's no slouch either. I don't know. I mean, he earned a 61 buyer for the race, closed the ground against the 11 and 9s, and it's an aggressive move. After you win, moving to the next level, you move to the next level at a lower price. So I got to think if he could repeat the performance last time, I don't know, there's a lot of pace in here. It doesn't seem to be, but I think he can get in the number. 8 weeks long, logical underneath type here. Barn's going good, but no real excuse last time. Just Jacoba ran a better race. I mean, he broke slow, but Jacoba won against the racetrack too. 8th race is another 5,000 maiden claimer, going 6 furlongs, and another 5,000 or just maiden race that doesn't have a lot of speed in it. Speed looks to come from possibly Princess Riley, who didn't flash speed last time. Because if she does that again, then she doesn't have speed. But Sly Sloan also has some tactical speed. If Princess Riley doesn't be aggressive here, Sly Sloan might be able to get the front end, or at least get first run on some of the other ones. And that's kind of how I'm narrowing it down. I like Don's last call. I just don't see a pace for Don's last call unless Sly Sloan and Princess Riley be, and maybe Barbara Spirit from the rail may flash some speed. But I don't expect this race to go that fast. Probably a 46 or 447 type half. Sly Sloan off a 31 buyer. Yeah, you think, wow, only a 31? That ties for the best last race buyer in the field. That's all she's got to do is repeat this, and she'll be right there. Got her on top. The 3, Don's last call, I like her. If the pace does develop, she's going to win, turning back in distance. Maybe she doesn't want the routes. She still ran good last time. Cut back in distance. I mean, she matches Sly Sloan's 31 with that last race, but I'm a little concerned about the pace here for Don's last call. Might just be better than these. Midnight Empress woke up a little bit last time with a good second-place finish. Good enough to be competitive here. It was a runaway winner. That was much the best. And then the 7, Princess Riley. If Sly Sloan isn't aggressive, Princess Riley, if she's more aggressive than last time, can find herself on the front end. Now, you don't want to be too aggressive at 6 furlongs. This is out of a dam by Ghost Saber. This horse is very well bred and very inconsistent. Still trying to get through the maiden condition, but she either runs second or completely out of it. I mean, that's the way she runs. And I got her fourth, so you know that's not going to happen. Well, she should be out there with the pace. And she ran second going 3/4 on a good track, 2 back. Why not again here to get in the number? Again, not a lot of pace in that maiden last race. Enjoy today's card. Get involved. The pick 6 could be a good play today. Pick 5, no carryover, but it's always the best wager on the racetrack. We continue live racing Monday through Wednesday. Next live day will be tomorrow with that 1:15 first post. See you then.
Coming onto the track for the Wednesday opener, sprinting at 5.5 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up, maiden claimers 5,000. The level, a good racetrack. Scratch 1, banking on a chance. 2 Greek Easter races with blinkers on, and 5/8 Sunset Drive, now 1 pound over the weight. Our racetrack is good. It has been opened up, a harrowed good racetrack for our Wednesday opener. Let's meet the group, beginning with the 2 Greek Easter, Heman Harkey. Next will be 3 Broadway banker, Christian Navarro. 4 It's Not My Fault, John Davila Jr., the favorite at 7-5. 5 is 8 Sunset Drive, Stephen Fred is the jockey, 1 pound over the weight. 6 is Skip the Parade onto the 7 Micro Dempsey, Manuel Di Diego. And once again, skipping the parade at 6 Honor, Mr. Baby Jackie Davis. Second choice at 9-5. A field of 6 in our Wednesday opener, a little more than 4 minutes until post time. Track announcer Tony Kalo up here in the booth. Let's talk about our Wednesday opener. 6 maiden claimers, the bottom level of $5,000. Sprinting 5.5 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up. What do you do here? It's Not My Fault. Honor, Mr. Baby. They are both short prices, 7-5 and 2-1 respectively. 4 It's Not My Fault. I figure if you're good enough to show some forward foot on the 21st of July at Saratoga for maiden 40 state breds, probably going to be pretty dangerous here for $5,000. I'm not in love with this horse by any means. I don't like horses who backpedal the way this one has in his 2 career starts, but we have to look in the mirror and we have to look at the competition here in race 1, and there's just not a lot to deal with. So if this horse is anything for this 5, he's going to show it today, and we're going to go with him. 6-5, not in love by any means. 6 Honor, Mr. Baby. He makes a little sense. I mean, his debut runs pretty good. That's not a bad effort. I guess the discouraging part is the 2 subsequent starts are poor, and he's all the way in for 5 now. Considering he ran decently enough in his debut for maiden special weights, here we are in start 4, and the connections are already given up, dropping him all the way to 5. But the race is good enough. He was competitive against Tacony Road and Pentangeli and Rum Pressure. Last time he's forwardly positioned against Cashel Kitten. He faces a pretty weak group here, let's face it, and he gets blinkers on this afternoon. That's what we got to deal with here in this maiden 5. You got a couple horses that are dropping significantly in class, and they're taking all the money. 2 Greek Easter was going in the right direction to start this 2023 season back in May and June, but since then has regressed. Blinkers go on this afternoon. Perhaps this horse can get back to either of those races. The negative was the horse was forwardly placed in those soft pace races. Yeah, that's not what you want. We want horses that are forwardly positioned in fast pace races that are fading, and we want horses that are closing into soft pace. This horse had the proper flow to succeed. So those 2 races running 3rd and 2nd probably are all about the interior fractions. You know, you're right there mixing it up with a 23 and 2 and a 48. You are supposed to stick around. How about 3 Broadway banker? He's 7-1. I know he hasn't done much running. At least 2 races ago, he showed he could pass some horses and make up a little bit of ground. He made up 3 lengths from the quarter pole to the wire. If he's ever going to show up and show us anything, it could be today for the maiden 5. Micro Dempsey's making his 2nd career start. There's always room for improvement from start 1 to 2, but once again, they're basically giving up. And 8 Sunset Drive hasn't shown a heck of a lot so far in his career. Maiden 5s to start our Wednesday card here at Finger Lakes. 4, 6, 2, 3, my top 4 picks. Nearing the gate. It's post time for our Wednesday opener. Honor, Mr. Baby, 7-5. It's not my fault, 9-5. Greek Easter, 3-1. Broadway Banker is the first one into the starting gate. Here comes Greek Easter to the inside. It's not my fault. Eight weeks long. Honor, Mr. Baby, and Micro Dempsey. Honor, Mr. Baby is still the favorite for our Wednesday opener. Micro Dempsey will be the last one to load to the outside. Ready for the opener. And there they go, Micro Dempsey away in last. 8 weeks long begins the best. Here comes It's Not My Fault from between runners. Greek Easter showing good speed with the blinkers on from the rail. In the fourth spot is Broadway Banker. Then we're going to Honor Mr. Baby. And Micro Dempsey made a mess of the start, and he's the distant trailer. Greek Easter is a little quicker than two rivals. It's Not My Fault from between runners, and 8 weeks long pushing 3 deep. Big break of nearly 7 or 8 lengths to Broadway, a Banker headed by Honor Mr. Baby. Micro Dempsey is still at the back. They race to the quarter pole. There comes 8 weeks long, 3 wide from the rail. Greek Easter, It's Not My Fault, is giving way. Honor Mr. Baby has a little look, gaining some momentum. Here comes Honor Mr. Baby making a move into third. Greek Easter has the lead. 8 weeks long, comes under pressure. Honor Mr. Baby lugs in a bit now from the inside. They're at the furlong marker. Honor Mr. Baby's trying to close a lot of ground up the rail. 8 weeks long, Greek Easter. Honor Mr. Baby up the inside. Greek Easter keeps on fighting with 8 weeks long. Greek Easter. Greek Easter from 8 weeks long. Then Honor Mr. Baby. And Broadway Banker is a distant 4. One minute 7 and 61 100ths. Photo for the victory. We will have a steward's inquiry. They are looking at the stretch run involving the unofficial top 2 finishers, 2 and 5. Greek Easter, 8 weeks long. Inquiry in progress. Stewards are reviewing the stretch run. Make sure to hold all tickets. 2 Greek Easter is the unofficial winner. Second place 5, 8 weeks long. Third place 6, Honor Mr. Baby. Fourth place number 3, Broadway Banker. Greek Easter, the unofficial winner. 11th look gets it done with the blinkers on. A 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Greek Son out of the Adam Kirsten's Patchouli. Owned and trained and bred in New York by Mr. Mike Lazessi. Winning jockey is the He-Man, Eamon Harkey. Once again, the stewards are reviewing the stretch run of our Wednesday opener. They are looking at the 2 Greek Easter and the 5, 8 Sunset Drive. And it just has dawned on me, I've called this horse 8 weeks long throughout the race. 8 Sunset Drive, my apologies to Tony and Robert Cook. 8 Sunset Drive, the unofficial runner-up, 2563, 2563. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the video coverage, the stewards have ruled there will be a disqualification. 2 Greek Easter, originally finished first, has been disqualified and placed second behind the 5, 8 Sunset Drive. That's the proper name. Once again, my apologies to Tony and Robert Cook. 8 Sunset Drive has now been awarded the victory. 2 Greek Easter back to second. Third place 6, Honor Mr. Baby. And fourth place 3, Broadway Banker. Here's a shot from the pan, a Greek Easter with the red silks and the white cap. 8 Sunset Drive to the outside. Hard to tell from the pan. Be much better. Would be much better if we get a shot from the 7/8. Here we go. This is going to show us a lot more. Number 2, Greek Easter on the lead. The 5, 8 Sunset Drive. 8 weeks long is racing later in the card. All right, let's roll it. 2 Greek Easter, 8 Sunset Drive to the outside. You're going to see the 2 Greek Easter continues to bear out through the lane. Right here is where the contact takes place. Stewards felt this cost 5, 8 Sunset Drive a chance at a proper placing, warranting the disqualification of 2 Greek Easter. New numbers 5, 2, 6, 3, 5, 8 Sunset Drive. I might as well just keep saying it now. 8 Sunset Drive. He is the winner, and race 1 is official. Once again, my apologies to Tony and Robert Cook. 5263, that exact at $212.50. The trifecta, $107.75. 10 cents, super $49.25. 5263. Top four finishers. Second race, scratching 2 and 2B, Kateri Empire and Quiet Horizon, both parts of the Joseph Cabrera entry. Second race will start the early pick 3 post time in about 21 minutes.
We're in the paddock for race number 2. Congratulations to Tony and Bobby Cook. 8 Sunset Drive with the victory. Got the number put up as Greek Easter drifted out, and 8 Sunset Drive will be awarded the victory. Stephen Frett got the win for the legendary rider Bobby Cook and legendary Finger Lakes worker Tony Cook. Congratulations to them with the victory. It looked like a race you could use the all button in and then maybe cut the other ones down if you're starting off a pick 4. Well, you would have been rewarded because that horse was a big price in race number 1. 5,000 claimers. The second goes the distance of 6 furlongs. Scratch Kateri Empire, who would have been the favorite in here, also scratched the 2B Quiet Horizon. So both parts of the 2 entry out of race number 2. Well, not a lot of pace in this race. Now, you know, for your Comfortable Cat, the last 2 races, she just doesn't have the speed that she used to have, but she's actually running pretty decently. She gets another paceless field. You got the 5 La Lima would be the only other one that's got any kind of tactical speed, but she's off the layoff with not a lot of activity, so you got to kind of wonder how much speed she's going to have. The Comfortable Cat might just be able to inherit the lead in here, or at least be out there with the other one and have an advantage over these rivals. If she runs back to her a couple years ago, she would easily beat these as fast as she used to be, but not as fast anymore. But going to give her a slight edge. She's a little bit of a price in here, 5-1 morning line. We're betting her a little bit at 3-1. The entry getting most of the play, probably because you get 2 for the price of 1. Coffee Futures and Miss Pab. I mean, Miss Pab has faced tougher, but she turns back in distance, and maybe she'll be a little better going 6 furlongs. But I'm looking at some of the other ones. Like Do What It Takes. Doesn't look like she's going to get much of a pace to close on, but she has been facing tougher competition. That was part of the problem last time, not much pace to close on, and it was only 5.5 furlongs. At least she gets an extra half furlong. If they could come back to her, she certainly can make a late run. Now, she's had her chances. She races at this level earlier in the year. She's had a lot of starts this year, but at least she got class relief last time and actually ran well, again, against the same field. She wasn't that far beaten by Comfortable Cat, who finished 3rd right in front of her, and so did Kateri Empire Scratch. So, logical horse to use it here. La Lima's an interesting one. Mention she has been off since October, a long time away from the races, running at Mountaineer, and she had dropped at the end of the fall there. So I don't know if you could justify her being a shorter price, but the numbers are good in some of her prior races. But she's off a layoff. That's 11 months away from the races. She is getting some play at odds of 2-1. But I took the 6 on top, taking a shot here with Comfortable Cat. Not really shy. I think the horse is pretty logical. Exacta Try Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts in the second and scratch both parts of the 2 entry.
Second race will be run over a fast racetrack, race 2. Second race, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, now winners of a race in the past year. A 6-furlong affair, $5,000 claiming price. Scratch both halves of the Joseph Cabrera entry, Kateri Empire and Quiet Horizon. For Do What It Takes, 2 pounds over the weight. Racetrack upgraded to fast. Second race, fast racetrack. It starts the early pick 3. Post time in about 5 minutes. Here's the group. 1 Coffee Futures, Nazario Alvarado. 1A Miss Pab, Jackie Davis. 2 and 2B both scratched. 3 is Subsidiary, Michael Davila Jr. 4, Do What It Takes, Juan Diaz. Next will be number 5, La Lima, Carlos Barbosa. And the 6 is Comfortable Cat with Luis Perez. 6 fillies and mares, 5 wagering interest. Second race in about 4 minutes, starting the early pick 3. Second race, 6 fillies and mares, 5 wagering interest. This race will begin the early pick 3. Once again, a big apologies to Tony and Robert Cook. Here's the thing about being a race caller, fans. You know, you warm up, you say the horses' names as they're going to the starting gate, and for some reason in the opener I decided to say 8 Sunset Drive. The entire warm-up was 8 weeks long. We get 8 weeks long in race 7. That's how it works sometimes up here. All right, enough of that subject. Once again, my apologies. How about this second race? Comfortable Cat looks pretty good from the far outside. Got to be one of the players. She's 2-1 on the board. The 5, La Lima, also 2-1. Lugu's duo getting a lot of love. They are currently 8-5. Let's see if we can find an upset. What about the 4, Do What It Takes? Juan Diaz won a race yesterday. He won the nightcap with Uncle Milty. Here's a horse who definitely is happy that the racetrack was upgraded to fast. She was 0 for 7 on wet racetracks. All of her damage in her career has been over a fast racetrack. I've always thought she's a better late-running sprinter. She's going 6 furlongs this afternoon. She ended up finishing 4th last time. She is definitely hoping there is some pace up front. You know, Comfortable Cat should ensure a good tempo. Coffee Futures probably shows pace from the rail. Perhaps La Lima, who has been forwardly positioned in many of her races in her career, off a long layoff, could also make 3 of them contesting the pace. If we get the proper pace scenario, which I'm hoping for, then the 4, Do What It Takes, could come rolling through the lane. I'll give her a look. It's been a long time since she's been able to get to the winner's circle. Maybe today's her day. At least we'll get rewarded at a decent price. 6, Comfortable Cat is making her 4th start of the 2023 season. She's been getting better and better with each and every race so far. This is probably her best chance to succeed. She has not been to the winner's circle in quite some time, just like my top selection. She should benefit being part of the pace with her outside post. She can oversee the affair if Coffee Futures and La Lima decide to go. She just might be faster than both of them. I think she probably deserves the top billing. She's 2-1. After that, I looked at Coffee Futures. I liked her the day she ran second back on the 1st of August. She has not run well in the 2 subsequent starts. with her inside post and her ability to show some pace along the inside. Maybe she's a player. You get 2 for the price of 1 with Miss Pab. They complement each other beautifully. Coffee Futures likes to be forwardly positioned. Miss Pab likes to do her better running through the lane, and Miss Pab is turning back in distance. 2 for the price of 1 with the Lugu duo. 5, La Lima's getting a lot of love on the board. She is 9-5. Ilmar Loaiza got there yesterday with La Cafetera. Here's the thing that I find tricky here sometimes at Finger Lakes. This is a filly that has not been to the races since early October of 2022, but she only has 1 published workout. Just not my style, but I have seen this work here at Finger Lakes, and I've seen it work with Ilmar, and the board's indicating she could be live. 3, Subsidiary hasn't done much running of late. She had some good races last year. She made a ton of money for the level, $31,000. Unfortunately, 2023 has not gone to her liking. Her first start of the year was pretty good. She has regressed since. The race 3 back is worth a little bit of a look if you're possibly looking for somewhat of a long shot look. Difficult handicapping assignment. Comfortable Cat to me makes the most sense. She is currently 2-1. 4, Do What It Takes, my top pick. 4-6-1 for me here in race 2, starting the early pick 3. The fillies and mares are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the second race, the start of the early pick 3. Comfortable Cat at 9-5, 2-1 for the Lugu duo, 5-2, number 5, La Lima. 6 fillies and mares, 5 wagering interests. Coffee Futures, the first one in. Subsidiary moving forward. Next will be Do What It Takes. La Lima is in. Here comes Miss Pab. Comfortable Cat will be the last of 6 to the outside. Ready for the early pick 3. Still working on the outside gal. Ready for the race. And there they go. Comfortable Cat's out for the lead. La Lima showing pace. Subsidiary is forwardly positioned from the inside. Coffee Futures comes away in 4th. Do What It Takes has the 5th position, flanked by Miss Pab. Comfortable Cat, the speed of the speed, crossing the face of the field better than a length. Subsidiaries in the 2nd spot to her outside. La Lima. Coffee Futures from the rail, 3 off the lead. 2 lengths to Do What It Takes, and Miss Pab trying to advance from the far outside. 23-1 for Comfortable Cat. She's the leader at the 3-8. She's the one to step up to. Subsidiary stays close. From the inside is Coffee Futures. La Lima and Miss Pab are both progressing together, and Do What It Takes is still at the back marker. Comfortable Cat, the one to come and catch. Subsidiary stays close to this off pace. La Lima 3 wide. Miss Pab is 4 wide. And to the far, far outside is Do What It Takes. No excuses for Comfortable Cat. 23-1, 47. A favorable flow. She's the one to gun down. Subsidiary has chased her the entire trip. La Lima 3rd, then Coffee Futures. Miss Pab, Do What It Takes. Comfortable Cat, her 8th career score. Subsidiary hangs on for 2nd from La Lima. Coffee Futures 4th. Six, Comfortable Cat made the most sense on paper. She is the unofficial winner, gate to wire winner, 113 and 77/100ths the final time. Second got a little tight. Make sure to hold all tickets. Second place, number 3, Subsidiary. Third place, number 5, La Lima. Fourth place, number 1, Coffee Futures. Comfortable Cat, her 8th career victory. 9-year-old a bay mare by Discreet Cat out of the Damn Dixie's Comfort. Owned by Cindy Shields, winning trainer Joe Moreno, winning jockey Luis Perez. New York bred by Greg DeMasi. Second race is official, 6-3-5-1. That early double, 5-6, $192. 6-3 exacta from the second race, $71.50. 635 trifecta, $87.87. 10 cent super, 6-3-5-1, $46.45. Third race will start our pick $6 minimum wager. No changes in the third. Post time in about 20 minutes at 2:16. Hey fans, you know this Monday we have another Handicappers Challenge. It's free for all Lucky North Club members. Monday, September the 18th, $2,500 handicapping challenge. Finger Lakes races 1 through 8, an on-track handicapping contest, $1,000 to the winner, $600 for second, $400 for third. All you have to do is be part of our Lucky North Club. About 5:30 or 6 o'clock tonight, we'll have our free past performances online, fingerlakesgaming.com. Click on the racing tab, scroll on down to free digital program. Got plenty of time to study up for that Handicappers Challenge. $1,000 to the winner. Free for all Lucky North Club members. Monday's first post, 1:15.
Getting ready for a really nice allowance here in race number 3. Looking back at the second, yeah, Comfortable Cat, actually a really good price considering that horse had the credentials that she did, plus was the main speed. $6 winner in race number 2, Louis Perez for Joe Marino. Single in your pick, which probably, if he would have had all in the first, would be like, easy to say afterwards, right? Third race starts to the dollar pick 6. And looking at the field, yeah, some early money on the 3 Aerosis Girl. But you got at least three good ones. You could even make a case for Stimulus Check because she looks like the inside speed. But yeah, I mean, Take Charge Christie and Aerosis Girl, they matched up earlier in the year going the same distance back in May. And Aerosis Girl got the little better of the trip of the two. Take Charge Christie more of a router as well, but Aerosis Girl getting the jump on her. So the two meet again, and then you got a new face with the 4, My Sweet Wife, who's turning back in distance from a mile to the 6 furlongs. But she's done well in sprint races on the dirt. She's 2 for 2, a perfect 2 for 2 in dirt sprints. And the other thing is, she'll be the closest one out there too. Stimulus Check Early, who figures to be the inside speed. There's not a lot of pace in this race for horses like Aerosis Girl and Take Charge Christie for their late runs, but they might just outclass most of the rest of them as well. But I think My Sweet Wife's got some class as well. She's been running in some tough allowance fields, and she's made over $240,000 in her career as well, a Kentucky bred, and she is bred better for sprints. So she's at odds of 5-2. Mention the 5 Take Charge Christie, not getting much really respect, as this horse is probably the best horse in the race. It's just not her distance. She's been running in tough spots because she's been running against male competition because she wants a route, and when she does want to run against females, there's sprints. So she just hasn't been able to get a race where it's been females going long. Well, again, she gets females, but it's in a sprint. Well, she ran against the boys last time and didn't fare too well. After a bad start, she was never in the race. So if you can forgive the last effort, she comes back here in a sprint. Again, she's better than these horses. It's just not her distance. Maybe she can overcome it. Aerosis Girl, she ran well as a 3-year-old. She won the Niagara and probably should have won the Oaks. She got bothered in that race. Came back this year and came back with a victory as she got the better of the trips with Take Charge Christie that day. They're pretty evenly matched. And this one ran 3rd to Gone and Forgotten in her next start. That one is probably the top mare on the grounds. And then she tried Saratoga Competition in a route last time and didn't embarrass herself. She ran very well against some tough optional claiming 2 state breds. So Aerosis Girl, another one that's a logical play here. She's the favorite. She's 8-5 morning line and even money on the board right now. But you got to say, she doesn't have that big of an edge on a couple of these other ones, a classy field. Stimulus Check, maybe a notch below the other 3. But in a race lacking in any speed, it might put her in the race a little bit. I mean, she just won. I mean, she's still in the 1 state breds for most of her races here, and this field came up extremely tough for a horse that's eligible for the 4 lifetime part of the condition. That shows how much tougher the 4 lifetimes can be. Now you're running against horses that are eligible for the other part of the condition are stakes horses. So a little tough for Stimulus Check, but she does have the tactical edge of being inside and no speed outside of her. Maybe she can hang on for 3rd or 4th in race number 3. So the pick 6 starts with the 3rd. That's a $1 minimum. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 3 also available here.
Race 3 is our Wednesday featured event. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. Allowance conditions. Optional claiming tag of $20,000. Sprinting at 6 furlongs. No changes. First leg of our Wednesday pick 6. Post time in a little more than 3 minutes. Here's the field. Number 1, Stimulus Check. Heeman Harkey. Next will be number 2, Mind of Gold, Michael Davila Jr. Three is Eros's Girl, Luis Perez, looking for back-to-back victory. She's the favorite at 4-5. 4 is My Sweet Wife, John Davila Jr., the second choice, 9-5, and completing the post-parade number 5, Take Charge Christie, Kevin Navarro. Those are the 5 fillies and mares. Post time in a couple of minutes. Always been a big fan of Eros's Girl. Like her turning back to the 6 furlong affair. She won our Niagara Stakes last year as a 3-year-old filly. Ran very well in defeat in the New York Oaks. Came back running like a good thing to start the season on the 30th of May, defeating one of her rivals, Take Charge Christie. Pretty good third to Gone and Forgotten. Gone and Forgotten's one of our better mares on the grounds, if not the best mare on the grounds. Eros's Girl took that good race to Saratoga. Tried that demanding distance of 1.8 miles. Boy, that's a tough task for anybody. She ran all right, a distant 4th. I think she's better suited for this one-turn sprint. I've got her as the top pick. And so do you. She's even money. 2, My Sweet Wife looked good, winning on the 28th of January. Claimed that afternoon. Connections paid a lot of money for her, $45,000. She's a Kentucky bred. Been away since late March. Obviously a good fit here at Finger Lakes. Nice condition for her. She's made a lot of money. They paid a lot of money for her. We'll see if they can get some of it back here. She's a contender. 5, Take Charge Christie. I've always thought she's had ability. Not sure if she's a better sprinting or running long. Her form on paper indicates perhaps she's better at long, but I have to give her credit. That sprint race on the 30th of May to Eros's Girl is a pretty good race. Kind of regressed thereafter. Been given some time off. Now comes back in a sprint. I know her best race makes her competitive. Those are the 3 players here in the third to start our Wednesday pick 6. Little more than a minute until today's third. It's post time for the third race. Eros' Girl is the favorite. This is our Wednesday featured event. Eros' Girl at 4-5. My Sweet Wife at 2-1. Take Charge Christie 4-1 in the wagering. Eros' Girl, the lone filly versus 4 mares. There's Stimulus Check. Mind of Gold. Eros' Girl. Couple to load, My Sweet Wife, and Take Charge Christie. Ready for the Wednesday feature. And there they go. Good start for Eros' Girl. Take Charge Christie from the far outside. Mind of Gold's into the second spot. Stimulus Check is showing pace from the rail. Take Charge Christie broke alertly, settles off the pace in fourth. My Sweet Wife is the early trailer. Stimulus Check will pick up the pace from the inside. More than a length to Mind of Gold and the favorite. Eros' Girl 3 deep. Better than 3.5 lengths. Back to Take Charge Christie. It's about 5 or 6 to My Sweet Wife, the distant trailer. 22 4/5, pretty soft for Stimulus Check. And she opens up. Stimulus Check by better than 2.5 for 3 to Eros' Girl and Mind of Gold. Take Charge Christie, 6 off the pace. Nothing from My Sweet Wife. Stimulus Check, no excuses for her. Pretty soft opening quarter. Stimulus Check's the leader. Eros' Girl is trying to launch her charge second outside of Mind of Gold. Here's Take Charge Christie winding up to the outside. Stimulus Check comes back to both Mind of Gold and Eros' Girl. Take Charge Christie to the far outside. Stimulus Check. Here comes Take Charge Christie and Eros' Girl. Mind of Gold up the inside. Take Charge Christie to the far outside. Mind of Gold ran a big race at a big number. Eros' Girl was third, then Stimulus Check, and nothing from My Sweet Wife. What a finish in our Wednesday feature. Stimulus Check got away with a very soft opening quarter, 22 4, 46 1. Not a lot of excuses for her. Shortening her stride past the 8th pole. How about the effort from Mind of Gold from the rail? And here's Take Charge Christie from the far outside. Eros' Girl fighting on. A good Wednesday feature. Photo will determine the winner. The final running time, 1 minute, 13 seconds. Five is the winner. Take Charge Christie. Second place 2, A Mind of Gold. Third place 3, Eros' Girl. Fourth place, a number 1, Stimulus Check. Take Charge Christie led into the winner's circle by her animated groom, Omaha. It is the 7th career victory for Take Charge Christie, a 7-year-old dark bear brown mare by Take Charge Indy out of the Dam Smart Timmy. Owned by Samatawaka Stables, winning trader John Buckley, winning jockey Kevin Navarro. Winner was bred in Ontario, Canada by William Graham. Race 3, the Wednesday feature is official. 5-2-3-1 top 4 finishers. The double 6-5, $36.20. A 5-2 exacta, $155.50. 5-2-3 trifecta, $85.62. 10 cents super 5-2-3-1, $23.17. On to the 4th race. It starts our Wednesday pick 5, scratch number 1, Dancing with Rico, part of the entry. Jockey change 7, Saratoga Red, new jockey Stephen Fred. Wednesday's pick 5 in about 22 minutes at 2:46. Some other changes in the sequence. 5th race, scratch 2, Dreamer's Boy. Race 6, scratch 1A, Looking Grand, part of the entry. A jockey change 7, Chasing You, Emmanuel Di Diego. 7th race, scratch 9, X-Top. The Wednesday pick 5 in about 21 minutes. Fourth race, 7, Saratoga Red, a 1 pound over the weight. Stephen Frett, new jockey, 1 pound over. 7, Saratoga Red for this upcoming fourth race. Hey, fans, be advised, not all combinations are covered in the early pick 4. The actual winning combination may result in a 3 or 4 condition. Make sure to hold all tickets.
In the paddock for race number 4 in our feature race, won by Take Charge Christie. Actually, a big price in there at odds of 5-1. Eros' Girl, man, a little over bet in there considering how close she was with Take Charge Christie, how they battled before. Of course, 1-4, so Take Charge Christie at 5-1. My Sweet Wife, the other one getting bet, just did not fire at all, being off since March. But a big effort from Take Charge Christie, closing on that slow pace. She's definitely one of the top mares on the ground. She's just a Ontario bred. It's tough for her to find spots. Fourth race, scratch the 1 part of entry, Dancing with Rico. The current favorite is the 1A, Freud Eris, who will go first time Lasix after a decent second place finish last time. Now, he doesn't have a huge edge on this field. He didn't really have that much excuse last time, but he ran a good race. He broke well. He was out there with his speed with Iron Horizon, backed off that rival. Iron Horizon actually had an easy lead, and he still passed him. He went outside. MCRR got a perfect trip up the inside to beat him. He's got a little bit of a break since his last race, and his fourth start has got to be pretty logical, at least to be a top 3 threat in here. Wouldn't take too short a price on him either, though. The 5 horse is Palace B, a little bit of a price in here at odds of 8-1. But if you go back to his races in June, they're good enough to be there. He's ran against Escape Mission, Tacony Road, good ones in those maiden conditions, and it got hampered by tough posts the last two. Remember, two of those races were in routes, and then last race a 10 post where the speed got away, and Banco Medici was absolutely a paceless race in that 11 horse field. So the form doesn't appear to be good right now, but he does get some class relief dropping to 5,000, and one that I'll use as a long shot in here at 8-1. The 2 is Iron Horizon. Figures to be the probable speed of the race from the rail position. He's not like he's goes that fast. It's just there's not much speed in the race. You'll notice a few of the maiden races today, there isn't much pace in there. So you'll see some races today where you got horses with lonely leads. Stimulus Check was one of them. The race before Comfortable Cat was the other one. And now Iron Horizon, unless somebody's aggressive here, he may find himself with a lonely lead. With that said, he had no excuse last time with an easy lead, but he got chased down by Uncle Milty, who just came back to win in the last race yesterday. And the other positive for Iron Horizon, he does shorten up to 5.5 after running 6 furlongs and not quite getting there. The 3 is one for my brother, another one that drops in class and doesn't have the best form. Added Lasix last time, still didn't fire at all, but again, comes out of that same Banco Medici race that was won by Banco Medici. Then Pile Speed was in that same race, so a lot of them are chasing a main speed winner that actually technically came back to win the other day. So 4th race starts the pick 5, Exacta Try, Super and Daily Double offered. Scratch the 1 part of entry, Dancing with Rico.
Coming onto the track for race 4, 3-year-olds and up, maiden claimers, 5,000. The level sprinting at 5.5 furlongs. Scratcher 1, Dancing with Rico, part of the entry. 7, Saratoga Red, new jockey Stephen Frett, 1 pound over the weight. First leg of our Wednesday pick 5. Post time in a little less than 5 minutes. Here they are, 1A, Freud Harris, John Davila Jr. Next will be number 2, Iron Horizon, Carlos Barbosa. Next will be number 3, One for My Brother, and jockey Joel Cruz. 4 is Bears Correct, Michael Davila Jr. Next will be the 5, Palace B, Kevin Navarro, John Buckley looking for doubles. 6 is Westworld, Heeman Harkey. Skipping the parade, a 7, Saratoga Red. Stephen Frett picks up the mount, once again 1 pound over. That's the field of 7. Post time in a little more than 4 minutes. Freud Harris will be the top selection here for me. Good effort on the 2nd of August. In fact, that was his best effort in his career. It's the second time he was in for $5,000. Finished a half a length in front of one of his main rivals, Iron Horizon. Gets the addition of Lasix this afternoon. This will be his 3rd start after about a 9-week break. Nice outside post, and if he continues with this improvement, probably the horse to beat. 2-1, Freud Harris. Always like when part of the entry scratches. Usually that's good intentions for the other half that remains in the race. Freud Harris off that good race will be the top pick. 2, Iron Horizon has been improving his last 3, no question about that. Good effort 3 back on the 2nd of August. Had the lead at the furlong marker, couldn't seal the deal. A distant 2nd behind Run DMZ. That was a pretty cool call. The 16th of August with Run DMZ. Looking good winning. Iron Horizon, a distant 2nd. Last time out, a good 2nd to Uncle Milty. The race is only flattered that in the sense that Uncle Milty came back and won the nightcap yesterday in his initial test against winners. Iron Horizon with speed along the inside. One of the players here in race 4. 3, One for My Brother. What do we do with him? He's dropping in for 5. Not a bad effort. 2 back on the 9th of August. In contention at the quarter pole before backpedaling. Recently somewhat similar. 4th through the early stages, backpedaled a bit. Both of those races against maiden 11s. And here we go again. Here's Banco Medici, who came back and got to the winner's circle in his next outing against winners. So both the 2 and the 3 have run up against horses who graduated and promptly returned to the winner's circle. 1A, 2, 3 for me here in the 4th, starting our pick 5. 1 minute post time in a minute. It's post time for the fourth race. Favorites, the 1A Freuderis, 3-2. The 2 Iron Horizon is 2-1. The 3-1 for my brother, 7-2. Iron Horizon is in. 1 for my brother on the class drop. Bears correct. Next will be Palace B. Kevin Navarro and John Buckley looking for back-to-back trips to the winner's circle. Here's Brooke Ficarella's Westworld. Daniel Wells' Saratoga Red and My Purple Haze Stables' Freuderis will be the last of 7 to the outside. Freuderis the favorite at 8-5. Iron Horizon at 9-5. Ready for the Wednesday pick 5. And there they go. Freuderis broke pretty alertly, then stumbled shortly thereafter, and he's at the back marker. Iron Horizon has the lead, and 1 for my brothers into the race from his outside. Bears correct is 3rd, and Palace B is 4th. Freuderis had that stumbling start. He covers Saratoga Red. Westworld runs with them from the rail. Iron Horizon, 3 parts of a length to 1 for my brother. They lead by more than 3 to Palace B, trying to take closer order heading into the turn. 2.5 to Freuderis, trying to overcome the stumbling start. From the inside is Westworld. Saratoga Red with the orange silks. Bears corrects at the back. Iron Horizon, the one to beat at the quarter pole, trying to slip away from 1 for my brother. Palace B continues to chase the top 2 from 3rd. Freuderis from the extreme outside. Iron Horizon gives them the slip past the 360s. Opens up nearly 3. 1 for my brother continues to chase this leader. Palace B is 3rd. Iron Horizon needs a 16th for the money. Still clear. Palace B cuts into the margin. Can Iron Horizon hang on? Iron Horizon. He hangs on for the score. Desperate, but not defeated. Palace B ran out of time. Then 1 for my brother, and Bears correct. Photo signs up on the board. 1 minute 7 and 56/100ths the final time. Two Iron Horizon first, second place 5 Palace B, third place number 3, 1 for my brother, fourth place 1A Freuderis. The 1A Freuderis was able to hang on for 4th. Race 4 is official. There's the 2 Iron Horizon. His 10th look gets him to the winner's circle. A 4-year-old, a big gelding by Gormley out of the damn Light the Dynamite. Owned by Joseph and Ann McMahon along with Windswept Stables. John M. Bove, John V. Bove, Michael Bove, and Michael McMahon. Ralphie D. Ralph D'Alessandro is the winning trainer, winning jockey Carlos Barbosa. Iron Horizon was bred in New York by McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, LLC. Fourth's in the books, officially 253-1A, the double 5-2, $33.20, a 2-5 exact at $23.20. 253 trifecta, $15.37. 253 110-cent super, $7.80. 652. Early pick 3, $30.12. What a discrepancy in the payoff. With that big upset winner in the opener. 8 Sunset Drive. 5 with 6 with 5 with 2. That early pick 4, $1,600. $37.50. Fifth race, scratch 2, Dreamer's Boy. Our fifth race starts our late pick 4. It's in 21 minutes. 3:16.
Okay, horses getting ready for race number 5, and some really bad luck for Freud Eris at the start. Got off okay, but got bothered by Saratoga Red coming out, and then DeVilla's lost his iron in the early part of that races, and it really affected his finish, kind of leaving the door open for Iron Horizon to go gate to wire as at 5.5, and probably not a jump more. Palace B would have caught Iron Horizon, but Carlos Barbosa, that was the key. Got that horse home the shorter distance, holding off that rival for Ralph D'Alessandro to start off the pick 5. Ended up going off the 6-5 favorite. The 5,000 claimer goes a distance of 1.7 miles. We scratched the 2, Drama's Boy. Some early money for Duck Pond Road. Thought that one would be a nice long shot, but I guess not so much at 8-5. Mandatory payout is the big question mark here. The gamble, a lot of the gamble is going to be at the start. This horse has had an issue at the beginning of the race, and that seems to be a new thing going back to the fall of last year, and has had issues overcoming it to get to the winner's circle. Seems to be a better horse than this field. It's just that he's got so much to overcome when he's making his own problems. Still should have won the last race, or he had some traffic problems in there as well, plus a slow pace. So a lot against him last time. He's got to break a little bit better. Doesn't have to break great, but if he breaks a little bit better and gets a clean trip, it's going to be awfully tough in here. He's at odds of 3-1, but yeah, he's a risk when he's got such issues at the starting gate. Mentioned the 5, Duck Pond Road, now in the hands of Asaf Ronan. Heeman Harkey will be aboard today, so that's kind of a big jockey change here after the layoff since July. And you notice when this horse was ridden by Navarro back in June, ran a solid second against a good field ahead of mandatory payout in that race. So a lot of early play for this horse, and he is a contender in race number 5. You got Easy Shot and Sneeds, both coming out of that same race as mandatory payout. Sneeds was the biggest beneficiary of that slow pace that went 50 and 150. Now with the presence of Solar Zen in the race, may not be such a slow pace early. He's going to have to deal with that one, but at least he woke up a little bit, even with a slow pace. Easy Shot was also close up to that pace, maybe more of an outside stocky trip for that rival today. So they're going on the track for the 5th. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 4 starts. Again, scratch a 2, Drama's Boy.
Coming onto the track for race 5, 1 mile and 70 yards. 3-year-olds and up now winners of a race in the past year. $5,000 claimer. Scratch the 2, Dreamer's Boy. Here they are, one busting the rules, Nazario Alvarado. Once again, 2 is scratch. 3 is mandatory payout, Joel Cruz. Next will be number 4, Marble Moon, Rafael Rojina Jr. 5 is Duck Pond Road, the current favorite with Heeman Harkey. 6 is Zoller Zen, Kevin Navarro looking for 2 on the Wednesday card. Next will be 7 Sneeds, Michael Davila Jr. And the 8 is Easy Shot, Emmanuel Di Diego, field of 7, the 5th race, starting the late pick 4, 4 minutes away. Thought 1, 4, and 6 were kind of up against it, narrowed down to 3, 5, 7, and 8, 3 mandatory payout. Makes a lot of sense. His only concern is he doesn't win a lot, 3 for 47. His running style is the reason why he doesn't get to the winner's circle as frequently as you would like. He does his best running from far, far out of it. Fast closing third on the 23rd of August. I liked his first race of the season on the 19th of June. The races in between were average. This is an average group at best. Mandatory payouts, hoping for some pace. Maybe gets it a little bit. Duck Pond Road, Sneeds, maybe even Easy Shot. Those 3 could ensure the proper tempo for mandatory payout. I think he's the best horse in this spot. We'll see. He's run some races in last year and the previous year against allowance types that would get him to the winner's circle against this group. He's 5-2, and that's a fair enough price for me. Thought the 5 Duck Pond Road was very intriguing, especially with that enticing 8-1 morning line. Lured into that one. He's all the way down to 5-2, but it makes sense. He looks like one of the players. He's run some pretty good races. The race 3 back on the 19th of June really stamps him as a contender, finishing in front of my top selection. He hasn't done much running, though, in the last couple of months. A decent work tab leading up to this one. Should be forwardly positioned. And like I said, he makes a lot of sense. But like my top selection, he doesn't win a lot of races. Let's face it, nobody wins a lot of races in this spot. Looks like maybe the one horse has the best win percentage out of everybody, 5 for 29. 7 Sneeds, I kind of liked them a little bit on the 23rd of August. I remember when I was doing my analysis, I said he's going to break through with a big performance one of these days, and got hit pretty hard in those concluding stages and ran very well. The race comes back flattering his effort because Kingfish was absolutely huge the other day in our Monday nightcap in our North Warning Claiming series. It was our 3rd race in that series, and Kingfish did everything but get to the winner's circle, getting tagged late in that classic distance of 1.25 miles. Sneeds rounding into form. A repeat effort of the 23rd of August makes him one of the very, very intriguing horses here, and you're getting a nice price at 5-1. And then you get Easy Shot. Easy Shot seems like his best days are behind him. He made almost $50,000 last year. He's banked over $275,000 in his career. Look at his record at the distance, 1 for 13 according to the DRF stats. A career best buyer of 84, and he's made almost $100,000. Obviously, the old Easy Shot would toy with this group. How about the effort on the 17th of July? I guess if he repeats that, he's right there. I like all 4 of these to start the pick 4. 3, 5, 7, 8 in the 5th. Our late pick 4 in a couple of minutes. 1 minute, post time in a minute. It's post time for the fifth race. Busting the rules, the first one into the starting gate. 3 mandatory payouts, the favorite. 8-5 on the board. 8 easy shot, second choice, 5-2. Busting the rules, joined by the favorite mandatory payout. Here comes a Marble Moon. Next will be Duck Pond Road. Now his price on the board is offering some pretty good value at 9-2 Duck Pond Road. Solar Zen, one of the long shots. And a couple of Lotus Needs and Easy Shot. Easy Shot, the last of 7 to the outside. Ready for the late pick 4. And there they go. A slow start for mandatory payout. At least he's a late runner. It's not going to compromise his style too much. Out for the lead, Duck Pond Road, along with Solar Zen and Sneeds. A little bit of pace on up front. Busting the rules, races inside a Marble Moon. Easy Shot goes with them. Mandatory payout after the slow start is the last of all. But he is getting some decent pace to chase. Duck Pond Road's making the lead from Solar's End. Sneeds decides to ease off that pace battle, traveling well enough through the early stages. Easy Shot and Bustin' the Rules are 3 lengths off the lead. 4 to Marble Moon, joined by a mandatory payout. 24 4/5. Duck Pond Road, a Solar's End. Sneeds setting up shop from third, 3 deep. Length and a half for 2 from the leaders. Easy Shot from the far outside with the Pink Silks. Bustin' the Rules saves ground 4 lengths from the front. Another length to mandatory payout. Almost 4 to Marble Moon at the back marker. 49 4/5. Duck Pond Road, Solar's End. Sneeds getting a nice trip, 3 deep. Easy Shot's fourth, little less than 3 off the lead, heading into the turn. He's closing in with mandatory payout. Busting the Rules, back pedals a bit. Marble Moon's been at the back throughout. Duck Pond Road and Sneeds. Duck Pond Road, the one to come and beat at the quarter pole. Duck Pond Road has the lead. Sneeds chases him with Easy Shot. Mandatory payout guided to the extreme outside for the final quarter of a mile. Duck Pond Road's the leader. Mandatory payouts hitting his best stride to the far outside. And here he comes with his big run. Mandatory payout with momentum to the outside. Mandatory payout, Duck Pond Road. Up goes mandatory payout. He's the winner. From Duck Pond Road, Easy Shot. Sneeds checked in 4th. $146 and 53 100ths the final time. 3 mandatory payout, a last to first winner. Gunning down 5 Duck Pond Road when it mattered the most. Third place 8 Easy Shot. Fourth place 7 Sneeds. 3, 5, 8, 7 unofficially in the fifth. Race 5 is officially at 3587. Entering the winner's circle is 3 mandatory payout, a 7-year-old dark brown gelding by Strong Mandate out of the Damn Long Ride to Wisdom. Owned by Stony Brook Farm Trust and Nicole Riley, winning trainer Beth Miller-Zoll, winning jockey Joel Cruz. The winner was bred in Kentucky by Morrow Bloodstock International Incorporated. 2-3 double, $16.40. 3-5 exacta, $14.40. 3-5-8 trifecta, $9.65. 10-cent super, 3-5-8-7, $4.77. The pick 3, 5-2-3, the winning combination, $25.37. Race 6, scratch 1A looking grand. 1A looking grand, scratch from the 6th. 7 chasing you, make the jockey Emmanuel Di Diego. Race 6 starts our late pick 3, a little more than 22 minutes at 3:47.
10 minutes to post for race number 6, and mandatory payout, yes, did break slow again, but this time was able to overcome it enough to get to the winner's circle. Joel Cruz for trainer Beth Miller-Saul. We scratched the 1A, looking grand. You got D. Diego's on the 7, chasing you. Going to look at the 9. That's Triton's Creed at a big price right now at odds of 6-1. This one drops in class to 5,000. Has had 2 starts, but the big thing is stretching out. Don't think this horse wants to sprint. This one very well bred for the route. Got a big number for the distance of 376 Tomlinson. Comes out of some decent races. Maiden special weights on the 11-9. Now shopping again for a price of 5 down to maiden 5. So he's just looking for a place that he can win. But I think the big thing is the stretch out for Triton's Creed. I mean, this connection's having a big year, especially the owner, Happy Face Racing Stables. 6-1 is an honest price for Triton's Creed, who should be a big player in here. The 1 horse is Anointed Spirit. Drops sharply in class down to the bottom to 5,000. Ran decently. The race wasn't that tough other than the winner. The winner was a much the best 3-5 shot. And he was a little slow at the start. And the race before he was as well in the sprint. Ran 3rd in the sprint behind Escape Mission. Hasn't got much respect at the window. Well, really wasn't running much up until the last 2 races. And now will drop to the bottom. That makes him automatically a player off of a 3rd and a 4th place finish. The 2 horse is Tom's Legacy. Also drops. He drops from the 11-9 after running against special weights. Showed some signs of life last time on the stretch out where he made a nice middle move, got to the leader, and then just got tired after that. But was sitting a nice trip. And again, it wasn't the strongest of 11-9 field. But, maybe he needed the route. That was his first time going long. He was off a little over a month. And I can see this horse improving off of that race and is getting play. He's at odds of 4-1. The 7, Chasing You. This one, Katie Davis did not make the trip for this one. Emmanuel Di Diego aboard. Not that strongly bred for a route, but has been facing tougher. This one has been running against the 40,000 maiden claimers, and last time against the open maiden 20s. And really wasn't competitive last time, but it was a tough race. It was a runaway dominant winner, Super Quality, who came back to win his next start. So where are you going there? Of course, obviously he's not competitive with the winner. But the margin of defeat not as bad as it looks because he's not that far behind the 2nd place horse. Off a layoff though since March. I guess that's a concern, but the big thing is dropping to 5, and that's why he's getting some play right now at odds of 5-2. That's a few of the players for the 6 Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts. Scratch the 1A, looking grand.
On the track for race 6, let's get to the parade. I've kind of missed this one a little bit. Mile and 116, 3-year-olds and up, maiden claimers of 5,000 the level. We will scratch 1A, looking grand. 7 chasing you, Emmanuel Di Diego. 1 is Anointed Spirit with Carlos Barbosa. I'll just run them down for you. 2 is Tom's Legacy, Jackie Davis. 3, Interchanger, Heeman Harkey. 4 is Brits Union with Christian Navarro. 5, Danny's a Cowboy, Kevin Navarro, John Buckley looking for doubles. 6, Dark Market, John Davila Jr. 7, Chasing You, Emmanuel Di Diego picking up the mount. 8 is Tizza Brown with Rafael Rojina Jr. 9, Triton's Creed, Luis Perez, and the 10, Regal Empire and Stephen Fred. There's the 9, Triton's Creed, Michael S. Ferraro, the best at stretching them out. Couple of 6 furlong preps to start his career. Maiden special weight, maiden 11, now going to stretch out. Drops to the bottom, got Super Saver blood underneath. Just with the connections alone, thought I'd make him my top pick. 6, Dark Market was my top pick on the 30th of August. Thought I had a good one for us. He was a decent price, got hammered late. He was 4-5 when the real running started. Had a 4.5 length lead at the 8th pole. Could not see it through. He just fell apart. Maybe with that one route race under his belt, he'll benefit and have a little more stamina when the real racing begins. He's 7-1 if he does come through today. We're going to get rewarded with a much bigger price than on the 30th of August. The 1 makes a lot of sense. That's Anointed Spirit. Much better post this afternoon. 22nd of August when he tried maiden special weights. He didn't get away the greatest. He weakened inside after having to cover some extra ground. The race 2 back stamps him as a contender. He's got good blood for the 2-turn affair. The dam was 0-7, but her dam was by a Dixieland band, so that definitely suggests the added real estate should be well within the scope. The Dam Sire Interactive was nothing but a 2-turn horse. He did graduate in a 5 furlong race at Monmouth, but thereafter was a 2-turn turf horse. In fact, he was good enough to win the With Anticipation as a 2-year-old and run 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Connections got a little high on Interactive, put him in the San Felipe, 2nd as a prep for the Santa Anita Derby. Ended up going to Keeneland, running 4th in the Bluegrass, then ran 6th in the Belmont Stakes, and concluded his career in long-distance 2-turn turf races. So there is plenty of blood top and bottom, and More Spirit was successful around 2 turns. The 1 makes a lot of sense. He's 3-1, offering us a little bit of a price. Then you get the 2 Tom's Legacy, who drops all the way to the bottom. Much improved effort when stretching out on the 14th of August. He was in contention all the way to the 8th pole against Better. Should benefit with that race under his belt. I'll put him in the 4th spot. 9-6-1-2 here in our race 6, starting our late pick 3. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Be advised, 10 Regal Empire will not be wearing blinkers. No blinkers last time, no blinkers again this afternoon. 10 Regal Empire. Once again, no blinkers in his most recent race, no blinkers again this afternoon. It's post time for race 6. Number 1, Anointed Spirit, 2-1. He's the favorite. Once again, the 10, Regal Empire. Didn't race with blinkers in his most recent start. No blinkers again this afternoon. So Anointed Spirit's the first of 10 into the starting gate. Here's Tom's Legacy. Next will be Interchanger. Ralph D'Alessandro looking for a training double. Chasing You is into the starting gate. Long shot Tizza Brown will be next. Then you get Triton's Creed, who is the second choice along with the 7, Chasing You. They're both 3-1. And then one of the big long shots, Regal Empire. Triton's Creed to post position 9. One of the long shots, Regal Empire to the extreme outside. Ready for the start of our late pick 3. And there they go. Chasing You wants to show pace with Triton's Creed, who's the quickest. Also up there, long shot Tizza Brown. From the inside is Interchanger. Tom's Legacy's 5th from the rail. Brits Union has the 6th spot. Then Anointed Spirit, a Dark Market. Regal Empire from the far outside. Danny's a Cowboy is the last of all. Chasing You and Triton's Creed, or make that Tizza Brown. Tizza Brown and Triton's Creed vie for the top spot. Triton's Creed outside of Tizza Brown. They have 3 lengths from Chasing You. Races with Interchanger. Tom's Legacy runs with them from the rail. Brits Union isolated in the 6th spot, about 6 lengths off the lead near the 5/8. Break of almost 5 lengths to Anointed Spirit, flanked by Dark Market. Long ways back to Danny's a Cowboy and Regal Empire. Tizza Brown, big number on the board up the backstretch, a length to Triton's Creed, who bides his time. Interchanger's 3rd and Chasing You's forwardly positioned with the orange silks. He's 3 off the lead. Here comes Interchanger making a move inside of Triton's Creed. They're going to swarm on Tizza Brown. Chasing You's in the 4th spot. Break of nearly 7 lengths to Brits Union. Here's Anointed Spirit off the rail, hitting his best stride. Ton of work to do. Tom's Legacy backpedals. Nothing from Dark Market. Just in front of him, Regal Empire and Danny's a Cowboy. Triton's Creed and Interchanger, they battle for the top spot, and Anointed Spirit continues to close in. He could be the player. He moves to the inside with momentum. Here comes Anointed Spirit riding the rail, and he's ready to claim the top spot up the inside. Anointed Spirit joining Triton's Creed and Interchanger, and here is Anointed Spirit. He had good blood for the 2 turns, top and bottom, and it's another one for Carlos Barbosa. Drifts out in the late stages, but the victory was well secured. Triton's Creed was 2nd, then Interchanger, and how about Regal Empire at 80-1 to complete the superfecta. One's the winner, Anointed Spirit. 2nd place to the 9, Triton's Creed. 3rd place to the 3, Interchanger. 4th place to Regal Empire. 150 and 43 100ths the final time. Entering the winner's circle is the one Anointed Spirit, a 3-year-old chestnut gelding by More Spirit out of the dam Agent Provocateur. Owned and trained by Christopher Fung. Winning jockey is Carlos Rocky Barbosa. Kentucky bred here by Michael Meeks. Carlos Cardona coming up with the Rocky Barbosa for Carlos Barbosa. Double for the Bug Boy. 19310 officially the top four. 3-1 a double $16.20. A 1-9 exacta $15.60. 193 trifecta $22.50. 193 10 cent super $79.40. Couple races to go here on the Wednesday card. 2 more in the work week. 7th race starting the late daily double scratch 9 X top out of the 7th. Post time in about 23 minutes at 4:21. Once again, fans, Monday we have another Handicappers Challenge. It's free for our Lucky North Club members. Not Wednesdays, if you're 50 and older, you can get a free program on track. $2,500 Handicappers Challenge set for this Monday, September the 18th. A free handicapping contest, on track handicapping contest. Finger Lakes races 1 through 8, $1,000 to the winner. First post at 1:15, and we will have our free programs up on the website at about 5:30, 6 o'clock. So all sorts of time, plenty of days to get all of your selections ready to rock and roll for that free Handicappers Challenge. $1,000 to the winner this Monday. First post 1:15.
We got 10 minutes to post for race number 7, Anointed Spirit, able to get a nice trip under apprentice rider Carlos Barbosa. That for Christopher Fung. Big drop down to 5,000, enough to get that one to the winner's circle. We go to the 7th, 5,000 claimer going to mile 70. Now this pick 5 has been all favorites for the first 3 legs of it, but it does look like the favorites got the edge in this race too. But if you could beat Bingo John, you can add some value here. Now, he didn't really have an excuse last time. He actually ran a good race. His stablemate was the one that got blocked behind horses. It was just Kong Loves a Fight, surprisingly, closed and beat both of them. Well, he drops another level to 5,000, so absolutely no excuses today at the bottom level. It may be an issue with the pace. There isn't a lot of it in here, but other than that, he seems to have a class edge on these rivals. Now, the pace could come from either the 6, Red Hot Lincoln, or the 7, Central Love, who's stretching out. And Central Love's an interesting one. He broke his main for 5. He was much the best in that race. Came back to win. He had to earn it that day at 5.5. But ran pretty good to be 3rd last time against a decent field, including Major Spin. Wasn't going to win that race. Well, he stretches out to the mile 70 today, and he may be the one that's on the front end. And if he could get Brave out there, obviously the horse has got a little talent. Maybe he could pull off the upset. He's right now getting some play at 8-1. The 4 horse is Don Bernardo. 10-1 morning line, not getting much respect for his last victory. He was 50-1 that day. So it was a big upset for Don Bernardo, closing ground to get that win. But keep in mind, it was at the 11-9 level. He goes into the 3 lifetime off of the win, but it's at the reduced 5,000 level. If he can somehow repeat that last effort, Don Bernardo's got to be a big factor in this one. The 3 is 8 weeks long. 8 weeks long, coming off a second. No real excuse in that race except for, a little bit of a slow break. Jacoba was just much the best. I don't think he was going to beat Jacoba in that race. Jacoba actually won against the racetrack, which was a very good inside day. But, 8 weeks long is an honest horse for the 5,000. Had been running against tougher before that. So a logical horse to use in the number, at least in tries and supers, and certainly could get the trip. Carlos Barbosa just won the last one. Gets another good trip here. This one could find himself in the winner's circle. So I go with the 5-7-4-3. Exacta try, super, and daily double offered in race number 7. We scratch the 9 X top.
Race 7, 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 3 races, $5,000 claimers, 1 mile and 70 yards. The distance, scratch 9X top. Here they are. 1 Take the Edge, Kevin Navarro looking for 2. 2 is Trisatum, Christian Navarro. Next will be the 3 8 weeks long, Carlos Barbosa looking for a riding triple. 4 is Don Bernardo gunning for 2 in a row. Joel Cruz looking for a riding double on the Wednesday program. Big time favorites, the 5 Bingo John on this class drop. His jockey is Emmanuel Di Diego. 6 is Hot Rod Lincoln, Jackie Davis. 7 is Central Love gunning for 3 out of 4, John Davila Jr. And the 8 is Super Rain, Michael Davila Jr. That's the field of 8, starting our late daily double. A little more than 4 minutes until post time. All right, 7th race begins our late daily double. Big shout out to the Bates family. Josh, Courtney, and my man Easy. They're here with their River Card Stables Trisatum. We've got 8 going to hit the gate in about 4 minutes. 5 Bingo John's probably the one to beat. Big class drop. Aggressive trainer, aggressive placing. Horse has been running some good races against better. Look at the race 3 back. Solid second to cut the cord. His stablemate. That was an allowance N3L. Thereafter, he runs up against the New York Derby champion, Allure of Money. Recently second to Kong Loves a Fight. Going to drop in for the money run. He's the one to beat, no question about it. 4 to 5. 6 Hot Rod Lincoln loved his victory. 2 back on the 21st of August. Don't know what kind of tactics was being employed on the 5th of September. Horse just got away with a loose and lonely lead. Built up 12 lengths. Hot Rod Lincoln. I don't know what was under the hood that day for the Hot Rod Lincoln. 454. Hot Rod of Lincoln. Like him better when he stalks. I think he's much better suited if he can get a target to chase. But hey, who knows? Maybe that last race put a ton of air in him. Only negative I have is he's had a lot of races in a short span. This is the 4th race since the 9th of August. Not my style of spacing. But I know lots of trainers around here at Finger Lakes like to come back on short notice. 7 Central Love is gunning for 3 out of 4. He's stretching out. He's got Corinthian blood underneath. John Davila Jr. back aboard. Maybe this one can show some pace and get a little brave up front. You know Johnny's going to send him. Central Love gunning for 3 out of 4. The 4 Don Bernardo. A late running winner on the 22nd of August. Got aided by a good opening quarter. He's going to hope somebody goes quick early. Maybe he gets it. Maybe Hot Rod Lincoln, Central Love just go at it with one another. There's Don Bernardo trying to make it 2 in a row. And I kind of left out the 3 8 weeks long. I forgot about him. And I'm not going to confuse him with 8 Sunset Drive. Once again, my apologies to the Cooks. How about me in the opener, huh? What was I thinking? 8 weeks long. Here he is. Called him in the opener. He's going to make 2 races for us today. Just kidding, all aside. But 8 weeks long. I like that 12th of July race. He's had ample time to come back to the races. Did miss some works, though, from the 31st of July to the 23rd of August. Do like the 48-1. He's intriguing. Going to get a little bit of a price, too. 7-1. This horse was 2-1 in his Finger Lakes debut. He's worthy of a look at a price. Very contentious 7th. Begins the late double, couple of minutes out. 1 minute, post time in a minute. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the 7th race. Big favorite, as expected, is the 5 Bingo John. Big class drop. He's 4-5. 6 Hot Rod Lincoln 4-1. 3 8 weeks long down to 5-1. Then it's the 7 Central Love, followed by the 4 Don Bernardo. Field of 8 at the gate. Take the edge. Going to move forward. Looks like somebody's already into their respective post. That's the Hot Rod Lincoln. There's Trisatum, 8 weeks long moving forward. Got plenty of practice calling him in the opener. There's 8 weeks long. Here's Don Bernardo. There's Bingo John. Couple to load, Central Love and Super Rain. Super Rain, big price on the board. He is 43-1. They're at the post. Hot Rod Lincoln's fired up. And there they go, 8 weeks long, away a little awkwardly. Bingo John wants to go to the lead immediately. Here's Hot Rod Lincoln. Here's Take the Edge. And here's Central Love. 4 will show pace. Look at Trisatum's trip through the early stages. Gotta like where he's situated, 5th in behind the 4 leaders. And following him, Don Bernardo, then with 8 weeks long and long shot, Super Rain. Take the Edge, making the pace from both Hot Rod Lincoln and Bingo John. Central Love is 4th, and he's up close. Trisatum patiently handles, sitting a trip from 5th along the inside, is 8 weeks long, getting within 5 lengths of the leaders. Break of nearly 3 to Don Bernardo, about 4 lengths or so to Super Rain. 24 4/5, Hot Rod Lincoln, Take the Edge. They are 1-2. And chasing them, Bingo John and Central Love. 8 weeks long, gets a little closer up the inside. Trisatum's only 3 off the pace. Break of at least 4 lengths back to Don Bernardo. 2.5 clear of Super Rain. Hot Rod Lincoln from Take the Edge in 3rd, Central Love. Bingo John and 8 weeks long have 3 lengths to find. Trisatum's 4 lengths from the front. Here comes Don Bernardo making his move to the outside. Don Bernardo circling rivals. Hot Rod Lincoln and Central Love Take the Edge is 3rd. Bingo John has dropped out of it. Hot Rod Lincoln has the lead, chasing him Central Love up the inside, Take the Edge. 8 weeks long's in a tight spot, and trying to close is Don Bernardo. Hot Rod Lincoln, here's Don Bernardo to the outside. Take the Edge, muscling through from between runners. Far outside Trisatum, but it's Don Bernardo with the momentum. Give him 2 in a row, another one for Cruzy. Don Bernardo from Take the Edge. 3rd and 4th tight, Central Love, or Trisatum look like Central Love. That's 2 in a row for Don Bernardo. 145 and 81 100ths the final time. One Take the Edge second, 11-1 over 15-1. Photo for the show, though. Make sure to hold all tickets. 7 Central Love checks in third. Fourth place 2 Trisatum at a big number. Two in a row, Don Bernardo, a 4-year-old Abe colt by Competitive Edge out of the dam Sapphire Sky, owned by Bernardo Amongo III. Winning trainer is Marissa Monserrati, and it's a riding double for Cruzy, Joel Cruz. Winner was bred in New York by Monhill Farm LLC. Seventh's in the books, officially 4172. Some big payoffs that exacta $388. How about the double 1-4, $74. Exacta once again $388. The 417 trifecta $610.25. Check out that 10-cent super. 10-cent super 4172 $1,007. One more race to go in the work week, our Wednesday nightcap. As a field of 9, and the 9 Frankie C will carry 3 pounds over the weight. Post time in about 23 minutes at 4:53. We had a claim out of the 7th race. Third place finisher 7 Central Love moves to the barn of David Oyola, owner trainer. Third place finisher 7 Central Love claimed by owner trainer David Oyola.
getting ready to conclude this race week with race number 8. Some big prices in the 7th as the heavy favorite doesn't fire at all. It's the old adage, if it looks too good to be true, usually is. And Bingo John just not firing at all, did not even hit the board. And that opened it up for the other logicals, and you're going to get a big price on logical horses because you got a horse that's a heavy favorite. So you get 11-1 on Don Bernardo, a horse that was dropping in class off of a win. Well, he's a $24 winner, making it 2 in a row. Joel Cruz for Marissa Monserrati. Congratulations to them, and that adds some value to the pick 4 and pick 5 with a lot of people singling that heavy favorite in the 7th. A 5,000 maiden claimer is the last, and looking at the board right now, I wouldn't expect a heavy favorite in this one, but Sly Sloan's going to take some money. Switching to Diego here, and the question is going to be Payson. I think this horse has got enough speed. She didn't break all that sharp in that last race. It got caught behind horses and seemed to be reacting to the dirt kicked in her face, and didn't look didn't really get her best trip. I would expect her to be out there with Princess Riley, or at least up close with Princess Riley, in good position, and she should be a major player here with a better trip, a better start, better trip. She's at odds of 5-2. Again, I wouldn't take a short price on anybody in here, but she's one of the ones that you could consider. Don's Last Call, a very logical horse cutting back in distance. Obviously had that mishap in the race before, but then last time ran second to a drop-down winner in Sweet DeSantis. So a good effort, actually, by Don's Last Call. 6 furlongs, well, she's gone the distance before. It's all a matter of pace more than anything, and there really isn't a ton of speed in here. You got some speed on the inside with Barbara's Spirit. Then you got Sly Sloan and Princess Riley. Princess Riley probably the most likely one to get the lead in here, at least probably the fastest early, but don't see a ton of speed here, anybody getting away. The 2, Midnight Empress, woke up a little bit last time with a second place finish. I say that, but he had a 28 buyer. A 31 is the highest last race buyer, so that is competitive. When you look at her, she's supposed to be going longer, but her route race in the turf was not good at all. But at least she's getting closer. She was second and a runaway winner last time, so you got to consider her from the 2 post as certainly a try or super player. And then you got the 7, mentioned the 7, Princess Riley. She got the lead in a slow pace, a paceless field back on August 16th. Just couldn't hold off betting on a Stone, who was the big favorite. Question is, can she get the lead like that today? If she does, she could be very dangerous in here. She finishes second, or she's just off the board. That's usually where Princess Riley likes to finish. But she could be the speed of this 8th race. Then you got the 1, Barbara Spear, another one that may show some speed. She's got the rail today. Her first career start going 5.5. She was a little aggressive and then stopped early and called it a day, trying to keep up with Boxton and Board, who ended up acquiring the lead. And then last time, just didn't fire at all after adding blinkers and Lasix. That was in the slop. So you can forgive that effort. She comes off the layoff. It's the Ferraro Junior barn, and it's a positive sign that this horse is taking some early money. So wide open last race, 6 minutes to post. Exact to try is super offered in the last race on the card.
One more race to go in the work week. The Wednesday nightcap, a 6 furlong affair. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, maiden claimers, 5,000 the level. 9 Frankie C, 3 pounds over. The nightcap in about 4 minutes. There's the field, beginning with the 1, Barbara Spirit, Rocky Barbosa looking for a triple. 2 is Midnight Empress, Christian Navarro, John Buckley looking for a training double. Kevin Navarro's looking for 2, he pilots 3, Don's Last Call. Next will be the 4, Scouting a Party, Jeremias Flores. 5 is Giant Bottle, Nazario Alvarado. Favorite 6, Slice Lone, Emmanuel Di Diego. 7 is Princess Riley, Michael Davila Jr. 8 is My Little One, Stephen Frett looking for 2, looking to bookend the Wednesday card. 9 Frankie C, Juan Diaz, 3 pounds over. That's the group for the nightcap. Little more than 3 minutes until post time. Nobody's alive in our Wednesday pick 6. We have a carryover into the Monday card, $1,566.78. 1 and 9 are uncovered. For the pick 5, that carryover would be better than $19,000. 9, 3, and 4-year-old fillies here in the nightcap. 7, Princess Riley's run some good races in her career. Can she break through this afternoon? Last time she was 3-1. Love the effort 2 back. Just got a little leg weary in the final furlong. Ran some good races earlier in the season to repeat winners. She's 5-1. Lukewarm endorsement for Princess Riley. We need to get the natural Dylan Clark to the winner's circle. Been a tough meet for the kid. Lots of good efforts with 16 seconds and 15 thirds. Just a little shy pod Pete up top. 2, Midnight Empress makes sense. Ran a good race when finishing in front of a few of her rivals here. That was her best race on paper. Let's see if she can continue this trend going forward. She's 11-1, really. Ran a decent race last time. 4 horses Scouting Party. Much improved effort when traveling 2 turns. Was it the added real estate or was it the drop to 5? I'm hoping it's the drop to 5. Now she turns back in distance, has some foundation in her corner. And Scouting Party's 10-1. Got some prices working here. 6, Sly Sloan for all the Mayan Di Diego fans. They just blew us up in the 7th. Going to try to make amends with Sly Sloan here. The horse had a lot of opportunities. The race 3-back's good to Georgie's Ladies. Broke slow last time when in for 5 for the first time. Maya's given her plenty of time to regroup. Going to stick with the $5,000 price. Maybe another look for Sly Sloan. 7-2-4-6 in our Wednesday nightcap. Don't forget, on Monday we have that Handicappers Challenge. That's free for all Lucky North Club members. Make plans to be here Monday, 1:15, first post. About a minute until the nightcap. It's post time for the Wednesday nightcap. Sly Sloan, 7-5 favorite. Don's last call at 3-1. Simulcast wagering tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Back at it Monday with the big day of racing, that $2,500 Handicappers Challenge. Free for all Lucky North Club members, 115 first post. Here comes Sly Sloan. Jeremiah Englehart and Emmanuel Diego. They just burned our money in the 7th. Fans are coming right back to them. There's Princess Riley, my little one. Frankie C will be the last one to load. Ready for the nightcap. And there they go. Frankie C shows up as part of the pace. Also there, Sly Sloan, Princess Riley, and my little one from the outside. Others are showing pace, including Midnight Empress and Scouting Party. Break of at least 5 lengths to Barbara Spirit, going with Giant Bottle, and Don's last call's the last of all. Midnight Empress and Sly Sloan, they hook up. Princess Riley third outside of Scouting Party. Frankie C's in the 5th spot, little less than 5 from the pace. To the inside, my little one. About 3 lengths back to Giant Bottle, Don's last call, and from the rail, Barbara Spirit. In the meantime, Midnight Empress comes away with the lead. Sly Sloan's under pressure. Midnight Empress kicks clear. Better than 2.5. She's the one to beat in the nightcap. Princess Riley's a little even-paced with Scouting Party. And go to my little one, Barbara Spirit's advancing in the 2-path. Here comes Barbara Spirit trying to progress into this race. Midnight Empress has the lead, looking for a late threat. Maybe it is Barbara Spirit, but now she flattens out just a bit. Midnight Empress and chasing her, Sly Sloan, Princess Riley. Midnight Empress still tending to her business. Midnight Empress in the nightcap. From Scouting Party, Sly Sloan, and Barbara Spirit. Trouble trip for Barbara Spirit. $115 and $59 100ths. They're all getting a little leg worry when it really counted. Midnight Empress did all the running through the early stages, kicked clear through the turn, still had something left, plenty left. 6-1's a good price for her. Pretty tight for the rest of the order of finish. Make sure to hold all tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, the inquiry signs coming up on the board. We also have a jockey's objection, 3 against 1. Let's sort out the order of finish. We already knew the 2 Midnight Empress was the unofficial winner. Second place to the 4 Scouting Party. Third place 1 Barbara Spirit. And fourth place 6 Sly Sloan. Once again, we do have an inquiry in progress. Stewards are reviewing the stretch run. We also have a jockey's objection, which is 3 against 1. Stewards will sort it all out. This inquiry does not affect the unofficial winner. It's an objection, 3 against 1. All right, here comes Midnight Empress. 3-year-old dark bear brown filly by Midnight Loot out of the dam Bread and Water, owned by Lamarca Stable. Bred in New York by Lamarca Stable. Another one for John Buckley, winning jockey Christian Navarro. Stewards inquiry, jockey's objection, 3 against 1. Make sure to hold all tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the video coverage of the stretch run of the nightcap, there will be a disqualification. One Barbara Spirit, who originally finished third, has been disqualified and placed seventh for interfering with number 3, Dawn's Last Call. New numbers will be 2, 4, 6, 7. One Barbara Spirit, who originally finished third, has been disqualified and placed seventh for interfering with number 3, Dawn's Last Call. New numbers up on the board, 2, 4, 6, 7. Here we go with the 7-8 shot, I should say. Let's key in on the 1, Barbara Spirit, with the bug boy Carlos Barbosa just going to start to drift in. Despite being under left-handed urging, the 1 continues to drift in repeatedly, making significant contact with the 3, Dawn's Last Call. 3, Dawn's Last Call had no chance at a proper placing. Stewards had no choice but to disqualify the 1, Barbara Spirit, from 3rd to 7th. Once again, 1, Barbara Spirit originally finished 3rd, disqualified for interfering with 3, Dawn's Last Call in deep stretch, disqualified from 3rd and placed 7th. Top 4 numbers on the board, 2, 4, 6, 7, 2, 4, 6, 7, unofficially still in our nightcap. And the Wednesday nightcap is official. Big late double, 4-2, $264.50. 2-4 exacta, $80.50. 2-4-6 trifecta, $66.87. 10-cent super, 2-4-6-7, $91.60. 1-4-2 late pick 3, $197.25. 2-3 with 1 with 4 with 2, our late pick 4, $553.50. Nice Wednesday pick 5-2 with 2-3 with 1 with 4 with 2, $2,162.50. Nobody with 6 or 5 in our Wednesday pick 6. 4 out of 6, $22.70. A one-day carryover to the Monday card, $1,566.78. Monday's first post, 1:15. We've got that free Handicappers Challenge, free for all Lucky North Club members. Our free programs should be up online about 5:30, 6 o'clock. FingerLakesGaming.com. Click on the racing tab. Scroll on down to free digital program. Get those free programs for the Monday card. Simulcast wagering tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We'll see you Monday, 1:15. Sure hope you had a great Wednesday when leaving the track. Please drive very carefully. This has been Racing from Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Good night, everyone.